right, Madam Clerk, do we, what time? Here. Do you want- All right, we're gonna wait one more minute. Madam Clerk, I'm curious, is Councilwoman Dewar and Councilwoman Jordan on the phone yet?
We do not have them on the phone yet, but if you'd like to get started as soon as they're here, we'll let you
Okay,
know.
let's just give them one more minute.
Oh,
and-
we've got them actually both. We'll let them into the room.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan is on.
All right, good morning, Councilwoman Jordan.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're ready whenever you are.
All right, perfect, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Everyone had a nice break, correct? I know, it's good, that's great. Okay, it's good to be back with everyone. All right, this is the Reno City Council meeting for Wednesday, July 21st, 2021. And we are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love it if Mr. Rick Traychuk would lead us in the pledge. All right, thank you, friend. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you to call the roll, please.
All right, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus,
I'm here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber, Jordan,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3, public comment.
All right, Madam Mayor, our first item today is public comment. It should be noted to those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Any comments or questions cannot be addressed by the council if the topics have not been agendized for today's meeting. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior. You will be asked to leave the chambers if behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is Geralda Miller, followed by Dustin Howard, followed by Ruby Barrientos.
Good morning, long time no see, just
I
a few
know.
hours.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
I'm excited to have you here. to
Yes,
present
thank you,
this.
thank you. Well, good morning, Mayor Sheevy and City Council members. I'm excited to be here this morning. My name is Geralda Miller. I am the Chair of the Reno Arts and Culture Commission. And I would like to tell you, we continued to be very busy during the pandemic. We were planning on how to keep our city beautiful and exciting, and through Zoom meetings, we were able to do that. The locomotive mural, which we dedicated last night, is an example of what we were able to accomplish even during the pandemic. We were also able to provide more than $488,000 in financial assistance to arts organizations and directly to artists through the CARES Act funding. $200,000 was allocated directly to artists through four of our organizations: Sierra Arts Organization, Sierra Nevada Ballet, the Holland Project, and Reno Little Theater. In total, we gave 211 artists funding, which is phenomenal. With $288,267 in the National Endowment for the Artists CARES Act, we granted 37 Reno Arts and Culture nonprofit organizations money for operational costs to keep their doors open and continue programming in our community. So with this funding, we were able to help some of the hardest hit during the pandemic. Fulfilling the cultural aspect of the commission's mission, two of our commissioners, Mark Salinas and BC Ledesma, worked with various stakeholders to develop the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Statement. This is the first statement that has been officially adopted by a City of Reno board or commission. Our commission now starts all of our meetings with this statement. We have dedicated, and we have also dedicated cultural equity allocation to create action behind these words. These words are now archived monthly in our meeting minutes and are part of our city's history. So with that, I would like to read this statement. As cultural advisors to the City of Reno, the Reno Arts and Culture Commission wishes to acknowledge the history of the land we gather upon today. We recognize our country's establishment by colonialism and its violent impact upon people of color, specifically the indigenous Paiute, Shoshone, and Washoe people, whose ancestral homeland was stolen and developed into what is now known as Nevada. The Reno Arts and Culture Commission would like to invite you to join us in being committed to cultural awareness, social responsibility, and measurable actions to support and benefit the indigenous people who are living alongside us on the land we occupy today. So I thank you very much for your time. And with that, you're going to hear Dustin Howard, who the commission has voted to, we're presenting to you today to be our poet laureate for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fantastic. I think you've done such a great job. Honestly, fantastic job with arts and culture. And Geralda came to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. She was one of my speakers during the pandemic and talked about TikTok and art. So it was pretty fascinating. Great job, Geralda. Thank you. Well, hello, Dustin.
Good morning.
So nice to see you.
Very nice to see you again. I want to introduce myself real quick. My name is Dustin Howard. I wanted to say, first of all, that I am deeply honored to have been chosen to represent this city as the next Reno Poet Laureate. This morning, I wanted to read for you the poem that I presented to the committee that they based their decision upon. So this is a poem that I wrote about my mom, who when I was young, she struggled and sacrificed quite a bit to save myself and my two younger siblings in a really bitter and awful custody battle. So it was a bad time for her, but it was a great time for me. And we remember that time very differently, fortunately. Yeah. This is summer 1999. 7 years old and not a care, in the passenger seat of Mom's red sedan. A Ford, I think, or maybe a Chevy. In the back seat, my siblings 3 and 5. Where are we going? Nowhere. On the radio, the sounds of summer. Mambo number 5 seems to play on repeat. It's catchy, and we sing along. Around town running errands, we visit the grocery store, the gas station, and the bank. We stop for lunch, then run some more. Where are we going? Somewhere. On the radio, the sounds of summer. I don't know what a scrub is, but I know TLC don't want one. I sit in the car with my siblings, a coloring book of the Phantom Menace in my lap, and Jar Jar fruit snacks. I think I want to be a Jedi. Where are we going? Anywhere. On the radio, the sounds of summer. The Latin flair of Carlos Santana is smooth, hotter than that summer sun. It's time to go back to our Father. She drops us off and says goodbye. It's dusk and cool, and I miss the car, going nowhere, somewhere, anywhere. On the radio, the sounds of summer. The auto-tuned techno-pop of Cher trying to believe in life after love. Grown up now when too many cares to list. I wonder about her that summer, all alone in her red sedan, driving to one of 3 jobs to make ends meet, to fight for us as the struggle for custody continued. On the radio, the sounds of summer. Did they cut through the quiet in the car? Does she remember them as fondly as me? Thank you very much.
That's fantastic, Dustin. I'm sure all of us in this room are trying to figure out, okay, if that was me, it would have been the Jackson 5. But
Certainly.
fantastic. Well, we are really excited to have you. We're really honored that we get to work with you this next year.
Next couple of years.
Yeah, oh, that's right, that's right.
Yes.
And thanks to Councilwoman Breckus, she was the one that was really instrumental in making sure that we had a poet laureate, so
Wonderful.
I want to
Thank you.
thank her. All right, good job, Dustin. Okay,
All right.
back at you, Madam
Our
Clerk.
next public commenter is Ruby Barrientos, followed by Reverend Augustine Gorquez, followed by Dwight George.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for choosing me as your city artist for this year through June of next year.
That's so awesome.
I was born and raised in Reno, Nevada. My parents immigrated to the United States from El Salvador in the early 80s to escape the Salvadoran Civil War to give my sisters a better life. Painting isn't just an occupation for me, it's a passion. I enjoy bringing life to the canvas with vibrant colors, finding new ways to make people see things. I want to do the same with highlighting art in our community, by promoting visual arts and engaging the public to see the value that artists bring to their community. In January of 2020, I gave a public talk at the Lilly Museum at UNR. A point that I made in my talk was that art builds community. My aim is to inspire and ignite creativity into our community. Art is not just meant to be in venues and galleries and museums. It's meant for everyone to engage in, because art is truly for everyone, no matter what color you are or how rich or poor you may be. As an artist here in this community, community engagement is very important to me. Over the last 6 years, I've been able to volunteer my time with local organizations like the Holland Project and the Adolescent Treatment Center here in Reno. During the last year, a group of community-minded artists and I established the Animarte Collective. Animarte is committing to creating accessible arts and humanities program for low-income communities here in Reno and Sparks, and at-risk youth through after-school programs, virtual programming, and events in public spaces. We have had programming on Zoom since February and have held pop-up events in BIPOC communities. Through engaging with these organizations, I've been able to share my human experience, relate with those I've come across, and build community through the medium of visual art. As city artists, my goal is to unite our communities and expand the cultural diversity of our town into spaces and venues like the Metro Gallery.
Wow, fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
That's your workout here, right?
Not yet,
Not yet.
September.
It's coming, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. I
And
look
it'll be
forward to it.
big, so.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I love what you said.
All right, Reverend Augustine Gorquez, followed by Dwight George, followed by Patricia Artis.
Good morning. So glad to see the arts in full function after post-pandemic.
Where's your mini-me?
Aha, I'm getting there.
Okay, good.
For the record, my name is Reverend Augustine Jorquez. During the pandemic, I served as the first responder chaplain and tribal work, ministered with the tribal COVID test sites. During this time, I had the opportunity to partner with the Center for Healthy Aging of Reno. In fact, my office is now less than 10 minutes away. Walked over here. It's very nice. And also with the SNAP-Ed, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, education component. In fact, during the summertime, our group passed out thousands of USDA boxes, food boxes over at North Valley's High School and O'Brien Middle School. And it was good to see Council Member Bonnie Weber there at that time. I have a unique position here. We created a indigenous foods program, community garden. It's specializing in ancestral foods. So thank you for that cultural opening, if she's still here. It was most appropriate. And our grand opening is August 28th. It's on a Saturday. It's 6 p.m. And I stand before you on behalf of Center for Healthy Aging, Teach Me to Grow Healthy, and SNAP-Ed program as an invitation for you to join us. I'm sure we'll have 80s music playing. and it's a very exciting, my passion in this is I hope to create a indigenous seed hub where we can share the seeds with other tribes and other community gardens. We will have access to tribal indigenous ancestral seeds that you can't find in the state of Nevada. We've already began as the seedlings, and they are the nutritional value and just the taste is so much better. Our master gardener is Randy Robeson. Our nutritionist is Brandon Borum, and formal invitations will certainly be sent out as Marta Malone and Marcy Coopersmith is organizing this. My daughter Katie, some of you know, she would have been happy to join us today. However, she is at an interview for a teen leadership position, and so, you know, anyone that knows Katie knows that. And certainly see our channel at Teach Me to Grow Healthy, you know, on your YouTube channel, Teach Me to Grow Healthy. Put in Katie and you'll see her interviewing, doing the Amanda Sanchez thing.
That's fantastic.
All righty, so blessings, and please, I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Great information.
Mr. Jorquez, can you do me a favor, please, and just meet with my liaison outside, Nick Ciccone? I'd like to get more information about your program. It seems like we have some great folks doing community gardens. Lily Baran is in the audience with the Hampton House Garden Project. We've got Erston Witten, who's doing Soulful Seeds. So we just seem to have a number of people who have some very similar ideas about how the earth provides for our food and needs. And so love to do sort of a roundtable with you, with Ms. Baran, with Erston at the same time. So
Absolutely, I would more than happy to. And for myself, I'm a Apache. Yaqui is my heritage, and so I'm very much passionate about the work that that's
I
being
can
done.
tell.
And
Thank you
I
so much for
appreciate
what you're
all that's
doing. And Nick's in the back over there, and he'll go outside with you and just get some contact information.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks
sir.
so much.
Dwight George, followed by Patricia Artis, followed by Bill Sims.
At the planned removal of more of our fellow community members addressed to the one place they are told they can rely on, the CARES campus, while talking to a group of us, City Manager Doug Thornley defended this obviously ignorant act by saying it's done for community balance. This is both laughable and heartbreaking. This is literally saying that by taking away from those that don't even have enough to guarantee survival, you are making this city a better place. And that is the city manager, a man that is on record as being paid $230,000 annually by the city, uses that time and money to defend taking away from those that need its help the most. To defend an action that directly adds to the inequality of this city. These sweeps and forced removals make it near impossible for its victims to have any kind of stability, any kind of foundation to build something better for themselves, and now anywhere really to go. The inequality in this city is not just a dangerous one, but a growing one, and it affects all of us to one degree or another. So many of me and my friends and family and fellow community members are suffering because of it. So many of us are just making it paycheck to meager paycheck due to the direct actions of this inequality. But if you make $230,000, that does make it easier to ignore our problems. This imbalance can be seen everywhere in this city, but me and my fellow mutual aid and just caring community members can't put much faith in a city whose manager argues for the widening of its gap. This is a human problem. This is the base of human nature, is survival. And the forced relocation, forced instability of all of these actions make it not even possible to rely on being human. And I don't know how you can defend that. I don't know how you can fully say that that is okay, or that you are not actively harming these people while doing this. And as a member of this city, as a member of this community, we definitely deserve better than this, but it seems like we are constantly being ignored. So, with this public comment, we are making it known that we are fully for those that are suffering, fully for those that are hurting, fully for those that are hurt by this action and by this growing gap. But it seems like the city is against us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dwight.
Patricia Artis, followed by Bill Sims, followed by Terry Brooks.
I am Patricia Artis, President of the Board of Directors of Menai Village. I am also a foster parent in Washoe County who has provided a home for more than 100 children ages 3 to 18 for the last 35 years. I've witnessed the struggle of kids aging out of the foster care system, unprepared to face the challenges of living independently. How many of us were ready at 18 to go it on our own? Menai Village is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to break the cycle of homelessness by providing safe, affordable housing and supportive services to ensure the successful transition to independent living. Washoe County mirrors these painful national statistics. Youth aging out of foster care comprise approximately 50% of our homeless population. 65% of them are in immediate need of housing. Within a year, approximately 46% will have contact with the criminal justice system or have been incarcerated. Within 18 months of leaving the foster care system, 40 to 50% become homeless, even if they started out with an alternative living arrangement. We believe these are unacceptable truths for the youth who are our future. When the immediate need for a safe, affordable place to live is no longer an all-encompassing, stress-inducing issue, these young people will be less vulnerable. They will be able to focus on acquiring the skills necessary to live successful, independent, and stable lives. the ultimate goal being that they become contributing members of our community. Menai Village seeks to provide the connection and support that has been missing in the lives of these young people due to the loss of vital familial connections inherent in the foster care system. A study conducted by the Annie E. Casey Foundation in 2016 found these trends in the United States. Half of the older teens who left foster care aged out rather than reuniting or connecting with a family. Half have experienced 3 or more foster care placements. In my personal experience, there's been as many as 16. A third experienced a group home or institutional placement during their most recent time in foster care. Less than a quarter of the young people who received federally funded transition services received services for employment, education, or housing. Our objective is to provide individual living accommodations for each young adult for which they will pay rent and utilities. Individual living spaces are imperative in order to break the cycle of group home living that has been a significant part of their life experience. It fosters a sense of pride, ownership, and responsibility. They will have the opportunity to create a home, perhaps one of their own for the first time, and write their future story. We are asking for help in acquiring land to build Menai Village. I'd like to have the opportunity to meet with interested council members and to present further details at another council meeting. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, our next public commenter is Bill Sims, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Ron Trevor.
Morning, council members, Mayor Sheeby. Of course, my name is Bill Sims, and like my friend Dwight, I'm here to talk about our homeless issue and CARES campus and the sweeps. First of all, to answer his question, I know exactly how each and every one of you defend your actions and the lack of action on our homeless issue. None of you live on the streets. Doug, you make $230,000 a year. I just did the math. It would take me 282 years to make that on my Social Security benefits alone. So the fact that when you told us as a group that we can only afford as a city either low-income housing or the CARES campus, bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
Oh, excuse me.
No,
Sir.
and
We're
yeah,
not-
no,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
no,
Mayor
we're
Sheedy.
not, we're not gonna use that language in
Yeah,
here,
well,
okay?
see, here's the thing. The
Okay.
reason why I use that language is because apparently kindness doesn't get through to you guys. If it did, we wouldn't be here. So, am I mad? Yeah. Am I pissed? Yeah. I'm going to use the language that describes how I'm feeling. And like I think, I'm not sure if I was making it clear, said to be respectful. Respect is to be earned, never to be expected. So, you want to get mad at me? Look in the mirror first.
No, listen,
Then.
I want you to be respectful of everyone in here that might find that offensive, sir.
Well, I found the Pledge of
And-
Allegiance
and
offensive,
listen,
and you guys still did it.
I
So,
understand
I'm sorry, Mayor
what you're
Sheeby.
saying, but
Yeah,
I
but,
want you
well,
to-
I found the Pledge of Allegiance offensive. But yeah, you guys still did it. So, where was the respect on that with me? We are a nation of separation of church and state. The Pledge of Allegiance should be nowhere near this building. And you all know that. Anyway, back to my point. The other point I wanted to make is, in regards to you, Devin, having a friend of me on Facebook. If you're not going to like being called out for the truth of not helping our homeless community, and then someone wanted to friend me, don't friend me. I'm not going to kiss your butt. I'm really not. That's just the way it is. So, again, like Dwight said, there is so much more that you guys could be doing for our homeless community, stopping the sweeps and actually doing low-income housing and helping our CARES community, but you choose not to. I've been advocating with my friends here for about 6-7 weeks, and I've seen them do more physically and personally than any one of you on this committee. I haven't seen one of you out there with them or us helping feed them, passing out water, anything like that. The only time I've ever seen any of you guys out there is to talk to the advocates. Don't talk to us, talk to them. They are the ones that need the help, not us. We're there to force you to help them. You should really keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Terry Brooks, followed by Ron Trevor, followed by Mark Markel.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to address the problem of hunger that I've seen related to homelessness. With the coming of the coronavirus, the price of some foods has gone up. And with some of the recent cyber attacks, the price of more foods has gone up. When we have a kitchen to prepare our own food, the price of food is high enough. But when you don't have a kitchen and can't prepare food, you have to rely on pre-prepared stuff. For $1, you could buy a 1-pound bag of dried beans. But instead, for $1, you buy a 1-ounce candy bar because for cooking, you don't have the means. And for $1, you could buy a 1-pound bag of rice. But instead, you get a 1-ounce bag of potato chips for the same price. You wind up spending a lot more money on a lot less food. And instead of eating a healthy diet, you wind up eating junk food. So during these hard times, I would like to thank for all the food that's been provided by the Northern Nevada Food Bank, and to the Methodist churches dropping the bucket, and the Catholic charities too, and to UNR's PAC provisions, just to name a few. When so many people come together to feed those in need, whether it's volunteering or donations, it is a wonderful deed. You are what you eat, if you get a chance to eat it. But when it comes to hunger, we need to come together to beat it. Everyone needs to eat. They need food to live. It is so good that so many people have the kindness to give. You might think I don't eat very much because I'm not very big. But if you ever watch me eating, you'd know that I eat like a pig. So it makes me very sad to see food that is being wasted. When I see it, I can't help but wonder how it would have tasted. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to seeing you all when I think of even more to say. And by the way, I'd like to add, I'm not a poet laureate. Like a previous speaker, I'm a poet wannabe.
No, I think you're fantastic, and I'm sure Dustin's still sitting over there, and I think you both should collaborate, because first of all, I always love your poems, but second of all, your message is so important. You do a great job, Terry.
In Dustin's poem, he mentioned the book Phantom Menace, and the author of that book is Terry Brooks,
Oh,
but not me.
well, no, I figured,
I'm
but
an author wannabe.
I love it. No, you're not. I love it.
Thank you very
Great job,
much.
Terry.
All
So
right.
Dustin, Terry, Dustin.
All right, Madam Mayor, Ron Trevor, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Jessica Castro.
Good morning. My name is Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank Mayor Sheevy and the council for allowing me to speak this morning. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for the Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort, and we work with Reno Police Department. Today I've got the recaps for our hours volunteered second quarter 2021. During the second quarter, we had a total of 2,317 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of approximately $58,990 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that we covered was we had 385 citizen contacts, vehicles reported as abandoned, 1,753, handicap citations issued, 95, traffic surveys, 23, and we just started doing those again. Stolen vehicles located and reported at the police department was 12. SAVE currently has 67 active volunteers, and we have another 4 in training. And thanks to a story that was run by KTVN last week, they did a feature story on SAVE. We've already had a nice response of people volunteering to come to join us. And that's what I've got for today. Are there any questions?
Fantastic. Really, your work is tremendous.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can
Great
I
job.
ask?
Go right ahead, please.
What did you say you just started up? Which component did you?
Traffic surveys.
Oh, okay. Looking at counts and all
Yeah,
that.
actually, we did one for you.
Thank you. What? Thank you. What's your percentage of strength of force right now compared to, say, 2019 in the same quarter?
Well, I don't have the numbers on that, but we're down a lot because of post.
Yeah.
We only started like at the 19th of April.
Yeah.
Yes, 19th
Yeah.
of April.
Yeah.
So we were short on that, and we were a little slow in getting our people back. But
Sure, sure.
we are coming back up.
Okay.
We are operating at full speed ahead.
Okay.
So numbers next time, October will be better.
Okay. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
everything. Bye-bye.
Jessica Castro, followed by Tracy Wilson, followed by Abigail Stevenson.
Hello, everyone. We meet again. I'm Jessica Castro. So I'd like to read an article that was published after an Alaska representative came to the CARES campus. We walked in, I walked through, and I walked out. There's been a mistake. This isn't what we want to do. As I read that at home, tears streamed down my face. I was personally there the day the Alaska representative was here when you all attempted to do a sweep to hide the fact that the CARES campus is not working. So there's no laundry service inside of the shelter. There's no laundry service at all, ever, anywhere. I don't really care if these are things that are coming. I don't care if these are things down the road, if you want to say they are. They should have been implemented. There's no privacy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but not till after my 3 minutes, please. There's no running water inside of the tent. None inside of the tent. There's no shuttle service to anywhere, no jobs. Whether they want to go to the food bank and get food, clothes, nothing. There's no shuttle service. It was stated in the Committee Homelessness Advisory Board that there was an abundance of bus tickets available to our homeless community since there's only one cooling center in town. That is incorrect. After the meeting, I actually tried to get some, and I was told no. I'm an advocate. I'm out there every single day. Every single day, I'm taking cold waters from my house to these people, to the camps. And I take at least 3 hours every single day to do this. You're nodding your head. I personally invite you to come with me, Mayor. I give you an open invitation. I'm out there every single day from between 5 to 7. I give you all an open invitation to come with me. In the CHAB meeting, Neoma stated that some people think that they're being helpful by bringing crackers to the river. That was funny. That was very disrespectful. I was actually homeless. I was the lady screaming at your car. I was screaming at you, accusing you of stealing my daughter because I was that gone. And I stand in front of all of you, very, very solid-minded. And if I had a chance to do that, they do too. And shame on anybody for not giving them that hope, because I am them. And I'm gonna come here every time to remind you guys that they have a chance to recover from everything that they're going through if you give them that chance. If you don't, they won't. So you're paying a hefty amount of money of our city's money to people to do research. You're continuously asking why people won't go to the CARES campus. I can tell you a main reason: theft. Theft is a huge reason inside that facility from the storage unit where security is watching it, or actually the VOA. I had a friend personally lay on the floor outside of the CARES campus inside of a tent because he had cancer, he did have cancer, but because the theft was so high and his stuff was disappearing inside of his personal storage unit. I can tell you for free why they're not wanting to go there when you're paying people $41 an hour. I personally give you guys an invitation to come do some advocate work with me.
Okay, thank you. Will you make sure that your contact is with Madam Clerk, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I apologize. We skipped Mark Markell, so he is our next public commenter, followed by Tracy Wilson, followed by Abigail Stevenson.
Look at you walking, Mark. That is fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Good for you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markel. I'm Reno resident. I'm here today to warn people and show people what can happen when you get in the car with a drunk driver. Back in '89, I was a passenger in a drunk driving crash. We were doing 100 and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected and the car landed on my head, putting me in a coma for a month. And I was in the hospital for 5.5 months more. And I'm very grateful for ASI because they gave me a place. I have no money. I'm a poor guy. And ASI, they don't charge, it's a low income for disabled people. Bill lives there. And the guy who cussed, he thought it was funny. and anyways, I'm here to warn people and show people what can happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver or drink and drive. I'm sure you're all happy now because my life sucks. It's no good, and I struggle day by day. And not having no money really makes it hard. So I'm a TV buff. Anyways, kids can't speak up for themselves, and their parents get drunk and drive within their car, and that's friggin' stupid. There's I spent years and I'm severely handicapped, and God gave me a mission, and I'm doing God's mission. And I've been coming here for how long?
I think it's been about 10 years.
No, it's been longer than that.
Longer than that? So before I got here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's a long time before you got here. I think Griffin. I don't know.
Wow.
It's been years. But I'm on a mission. That's my mission of life. But I want to thank you, and please don't get in the car with a drunk driver or drink and drive. Thank you.
Great message, Mark.
Thank
So
you,
important.
Madam Mayor.
Tracy Wilson, followed by Abigail Stevenson, followed by Terry McWatty.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Tracy Wilson. I'm a Special Projects Coordinator with American Wild Horse Campaign and a volunteer with Wild Horse Connection. I'm often here asking for your help, but today I wanted to bring you some good news on the population management of the Virginia Range wild horses. American Wild Horse Campaign has a cooperative agreement with the Nevada Department of Agriculture for fertility control, which was restarted on April 9th, 2019. Our Year 2 report was just released last month, and we have a Year 3 agreement which will run through April 30th, 2022. The program utilizes PZP immunocontraceptive vaccine administered via remote darting with a CO2-powered rifle by certified volunteer darters. It produces an immune response that prevents fertilization without impacting hormones that drive natural behaviors. We maintain a scientific database that tracks each horse by identifying features on the 300,000-acre range. I can report that in Year 2, the number of foals born between January through April 2021 showed a 58% reduction over the same time period in 2020. With natural mortality, we're already stabilizing the population and expect to show a further decrease in population each year. We treated 1,290 mares in year 2, and we anticipate an even greater impact on the 2022 foaling season as new darting and documenting resources are added and private property access is expanded into more remote areas of the range. We logged 8,875 volunteer hours during that period with 24 certified darters, and just 4 more were trained just this last month, and we have just as many documenters and spotters. Our partner organizations include Wild Horse Connection, who holds the range management agreement with the NDA, as well as other local wild horse nonprofits. In addition to their many daily management tasks, Wild Horse Connection has increased education and awareness of the Wild Horse Hotline, which allows people to report at-risk or injured horses to a 24/7 answering service for immediate response by the range manager and volunteers. This has resulted in many issues being addressed before they become serious. Wild Horse Connection has also implemented NDA-approved diversionary feeding in several areas with high vehicle strike history or unfenced areas where horse-human conflict occurs. This diverts their movement patterns back to the hills, away from developed areas and roadways. For example, American Wild Horse Campaign was able to fund this program for the USA Parkway area, which saw a dramatic drop off in the number of vehicle strikes, even eliciting a comment from a sheriff deputy that whatever we were doing was working. As a quick review of the historical and cultural importance of this herd, the Virginia Range is where Velma Braun Johnston, AKA Wild Horse Annie, born and buried here in Reno, Nevada, first witnessed free-roaming horses being inhumanely gathered and trucked to slaughter. It is these horses on our range that spurred her to fight for more humane treatment, resulting in the 1971 Wild Free-Roaming Horse and Burro Act. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, if we can get copies of those for the record, that would be great. Abigail Stevenson, followed by Terry McQuaddy, followed by Mark Hadjakis.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name's Abby Stevenson, and I've had the privilege to meet many of you out and about. It's so nice to actually see people face to face today. I have my kids with me here today, Maddie and Cooper, and they're both going to give you a brief comment. But first, I want to let you know why we're here. I'm here today to speak as an arts enthusiast, the daughter of a goldsmith and a gallery owner, the mother of 2 creative kids who love the arts, and also as an Art Town board member. Maddie and Cooper, why don't you go ahead, and then I'll continue with whatever time we have left.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cooper, and I think we should support Art Town with money because I love their shows and they're really good. So we should try to give them the most people, the most crowds, the most money, and everything else.
Great job. Future senator, I love it.
I'm going to keep going then. Okay, you can come up if you're ready. Okay. She just turned 5.
Wow.
I love Art Town shows, and they're so great. Thank you.
Good job. You look like your beautiful mama.
Okay. So I'm going to do what I can with the last minutes and 40. I'm hoping to comment on both B6 and D2, which is funding for Art Town and also the Lear Theater. So first of all, with respect to the funding, I'm confident you all know Art Town. You know what a great arts organization it is and the magic that happens in Reno every July. This year, I think, has been even more magical than in past years. As we come together for collective healing, I think, through the arts. Last week, we were able to attend taiko drumming and also a wonderful gospel fest, and this week we've got more fun to look forward to. And if you've attended, you know the incredible energy that comes with every single Art Town performance. It's the creative soul of this town. That's what I think Art Town is. And it's a healing place for many of us this year, especially as we come to process what has occurred over the last year and living in a pandemic. And in times of crisis, we need the arts. And that's why I'm urging you and I'm pleading to you to please fund Art Town this year. We need it more than ever. Okay, 42 seconds for the Lear. Okay, so I've been involved with the Lear since I've been on the Art Town Board, which is several years. There's a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of frustration out there. And what I can tell you is, as a board member, as an arts organization, Art Town has always been true to its vision for the Lear, which is to see it as a theater, a performing arts center in the heart of Reno. There have been no shortage of input and ideas, but to renovate a theater like the Lear, you also need resources, and that's something that's been lacking. None of the ideas have come with resources so far. We understand that the city shares the same vision as Art Town, Moya Lear's vision to have the Lear be a theater, and thus I am enthusiastic and encouraged by the city's interest in taking on the Lear, and I hope that you do so and that you help us rehabilitate this beautiful historic building. Thank you.
Great job, Abby. Fantastic.
Harry McQuaddy, followed by Mark Hatjakis, followed by Adam Barrington.
Good morning, Mayor and council persons. My name's Terry McQuaddy, and today I'm here to talk about secret witness. You know, there's the saying, no crime should go unpunished, but because of fear or retribution or even death, a lot of information never makes its way to law enforcement to help solve crimes. In 1977, a 6-year-old girl named Lisa Bonham, and many will recall this story, was playing in Idlewild Park, having a good time, and she was abducted by a roving pedophile and murdered. It took a year to find her body in Verdi. And so what happened because of that, a small group of volunteers got together, led by Don Richter, and they formed Secret Witness. And it was a way for someone to make a tip, give us a tip that gets conveyed to law enforcement completely anonymous. No one over 42 years now we've been in as an organization has ever been revealed. And so Secret Witness, to let you know some of the numbers, probably it's around 4,000 crimes that have been solved, over 40 murders, over $300,000 in rewards have been paid. And you ask, how do these rewards get paid? Through donations. The board is a completely 100% volunteer organization. We have no office. We have no paid staff. We just all do it because we want our community safer. We want our children safe, and I know you do too. Over time, we've grown. We've had a school program, and we're celebrating. We call it 40+2 because we weren't able to do a 40-year anniversary. August 12th at the National Auto Museum, and I've given you folders. I'd like to invite each and every one of you, because I know many of you are really strong supporters of Secret Witness, that you'd be able to attend that and maybe even speak and meet with all the members that have been part of Secret Witness. It's a private event. It's from 5:30 to 7:30. And we would love to have everyone there. You know, we do depend on donations. Some of you board members have given us a donation, and we would appreciate that going forward. The last year or so has been difficult for us, as it has for everyone else, but it hasn't stopped crime, and it hasn't stopped the need for people to make tips. And the way they do it, by the way, is they just call this number, and they're given a very unique number, and that's it. That's all we know about them, and we never know their name. If we pay out the reward, we meet with them, we don't get their name, and many don't want the reward, they just want to help our community. So I'd appreciate that, and I'd also like, as a past chair, do a little plug for Art Town here. I'll just throw that in there. They're just invaluable to this community, and anything they want, give it to them. Thank you.
I'm so glad that you came and spoke on Secret Witness.
Thank you.
I don't know if people really know the backstory and how invaluable what you
Yeah.
guys do, and it's all volunteers.
It's all volunteers, and we appreciate when you came to our meetings,
Yeah.
and you know, it's just a,
It's remarkable.
yeah, And so it's been a great success, and we just want it to continue.
How many of our crimes are solved in
Yeah.
this community?
And if you think about it, you go back to the police savings, they get the tips, you know, it just kind of, it's like a ripple effect. You drop this little pebble in it, and there's so many things about it that you don't even know or see. And a lot of times we don't even know if a tip paid off or not. It's probably double what the numbers I was giving you guys.
Of course.
Yeah.
It is phenomenal. I was so blown away by the numbers and just the amount of tips that come in, but the volunteers and how much work that helps our police department do. I mean, honestly, so grateful.
Thank you very much.
Because I think it started with the kidnapping case, am I
It
right?
was, you had left, it was Lisa Bonham.
Yes.
And she,
I
it was a
remember.
horrible
So,
year. They
so
couldn't
sad.
find her, and no tips were coming forward.
Yeah.
There was a situation up at UNR where a young student got killed and no one knew, and so it just kind of triggered this whole thing.
Yep, and it came into you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So grateful.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, good to
Bye.
see you. Thank
You too.
Mark Hatjakis, followed by Adam Barrington, followed by Kaylee Barnett.
I promise.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. Mark Hajakis for the record. This is so great. I love public, you guys know I love public
He loves
comment,
public
probably
comment.
the most of anyone. And here I am making it.
Yeah.
I asked the folks in back to start the slow zoom in to make what I say more dramatic, but I guess it's against policy. But I wanted to echo, and Abby said it more eloquently, and you'll hear it more eloquently from Rick later, just that you're the council that has been listening to the community, and you're working in the arts and in business, and all of this is just working as an ecosystem because of this elected body, and I wanted to express my personal gratitude for that. And with the Lear, just that passion for respecting our past, but also seeing how we can innovate for the future and continue to keep our community engaged together and inspired through art. And I really appreciate that. And just added for your continued support of Art Town and the creative professionals in this community in general. Thanks.
For those of you who don't know, Mark is usually the one behind the scenes, running the camera, all of that good stuff. So it's fun to see you in front of the camera.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Adam
Great job, Mark.
Barrington. Adam Barrington, followed by Kaylee Barnett, followed by Lily Boren.
Hello. My name is Adam Barrington. I reside in Ward 1, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the People Solidarity Program. It's one of the many mutual aid groups in Reno that have been advocating on behalf of the houseless community. I'm glad that you had a nice break. We haven't had anything remotely close to a break. We've been actively feeding people, and we've been providing medicine and hygiene items to people, trying to do what we can to mitigate the pain and anxiety that is felt by the most vulnerable and marginalized citizens in the Reno Sparks community. About a week or so ago, another camp was swept off of Montello, and now we have no idea where all those folks are. Most likely in even more precarious environments, out on the streets and alleys, who knows. So just yesterday, even while we were distributing food and water to folks in the plaza just outside here, we ran into a houseless citizen who we had not seen in nearly a month. She was in the plaza alone, resting on the concrete in the midday heat, and she's blind. And she told us that her wheelchair had been stolen. Luckily, we found it, but it was broken and smeared with mud, what we hope was mud. And where were the ambassadors? I don't know. We've been trying to distribute food and hygiene items at the CARES campus, but the security has forced us to leave several times, and we were told during a planning commission meeting that we would be able to serve the folks there without impediments. This has turned out to be false, as yesterday when we were told to park on the street in a bike lane to pass out community aid bags. It's an unsafe situation, just another block against our efforts to care for people. And we were actually told during an informal meeting on the CARES campus with City Manager Thornley that these sweeps are part of a balancing act. And I've seen the weight carried on the one end, the end of the houseless community, the working class, the activists and advocates, but I want to know where the balancing act is, because it seems that on the other end, the side of developers, landlords, well-paid officials, and the business class, that side isn't expected to bear any weight. The only balancing act that I can see being done is that which is taking place directly on our heads. And I'll close by saying that until the sweeps are stopped, we'll continue to fight what we perceive as savage injustice, and you'll all need to decide what side you're on. We need public housing. We need public health programs, including mental health programs. We need a public jobs program. And I'll again state firmly that the People Solidarity Program and our allies are opposed to charity. We are opposed to the private sector taking the reins on community care, and we are opposed to the notion that churches, activists, and nonprofits should carry this tremendous weight. We need real structural change. We need public social programs, not more charity. There's nothing rewarding about continually confronting the fact that we can't do enough. And there's nothing dignifying about the fact that we can't end the suffering of the people that we're trying to help. Stop the sweeps. Tell the developers and the landlords they don't control this town. Stop selling out Reno's working people and its vulnerable citizens. Until then, we will engage in whatever conflict is necessary for bringing about such change. Thank you.
Is your name Mark? Adam?
Adam.
Adam. Okay, will you make sure that you give Madam Clerk your contact?
Sure.
Okay, Adam. What's your last name, Adam?
Barrington.
Barrington. Okay, thank you.
Haley Barnett, followed by Lily Boren.
Oh, there it is. Is that new? Oh, okay, because I'm like, I haven't seen this whole time. Okay, thank you, Adam. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is
Hey.
Kaylee Barnett. I reside in Ward 1 now. I just wanted to speak on several instances in the last 2 months where myself and my partner Adam and other friends I know who are involved
Can you
in
hold on one sec? I'm so sorry. I think, is it Councilwoman Dewar? Do you have your phone on? Can you please mute? Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead, honey.
Yeah, of course. Where was I? Who are involved in mutual aid groups have been told by CARES campus security guards that we are not allowed to serve food outside of the CARES campus because we are not official food providers. However, myself and my partner Adam, who just spoke, along with other advocates, voiced concerns at the Reno Planning Commission meeting about not being able to serve food, hygiene, and medical resources. And Arlo assured us that we would be able to serve at the CARES campus. The very next day after the Reno Planning Commission meeting on June 16th, we were told we couldn't serve. Since then, it's been a hit or miss. Sometimes we were allowed to serve only if we park across the street and walk across the street. Some different groups have been told they can some days, and then other groups have gone to distribute waters and been told that the cops would be called on them. I personally made Reno my home for 6 years after graduating from UNR. During my short time in Reno, I have worked for various nonprofits and a preschool, but I can no longer call Reno my home due to the hardships of the pandemic. I lost my job in August due to lack of enrollment at the preschool due to fears of COVID-19. I want to make it clear that I don't blame the parents and would have done the same if I were a parent during a pandemic. Nonetheless, I was without a job. I've been trying to find work in the nonprofit field, and I have been unsuccessful in finding work as easily as in prior years due to what I believe is competitiveness in the field, because there are so many people like me who have lost their jobs during the pandemic and are looking for work. I can no longer call Reno my home because there are very few housing options for working class people. I need a job way above minimum wage to be able to pay rent and bills in the biggest little city. I know a lot of my friends share this sentiment when they are looking for housing. There is affordable public housing crisis in Reno. And thank you for my time.
All right, our final public commenter is Lily Boren.
The final one. Good morning. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. I spent the morning at the garden with the Nevada Youth Empowerment League turning compost, so I'm tired. Yes. I am here to talk about a couple of things, but hopefully I'll be able to talk about all of them. The first one is item D2 about the Lear Theater. I would like to see the city continue its work. Well, we've had two members start on the work of municipal reparations. That's Councilperson Reese and Councilperson Dewar. Thank you for that. The city of Evanston, Illinois has been the first to give $400,000 in reparation payments to Black individuals experiencing the hardships of redlining and the aftermath of those kinds of things, which would directly tie into our housing crises. And I think that Reno could do an amazing job at that thing as well and use it in a way of property. And I think that the Lear Theater would be a really great place to start, that it should be renamed after the first Black architect in the AIA, Paul Revere Williams, and turned over to the Black and Indigenous communities to harbor and preserve cultural contributions made nationwide by our people year round, not once a month or once a year. In 2000, now I'd like to talk about the sweeps. I would still like to plead with you to stop the sweeps. As you can tell, that it's been much more difficult to keep track of people and to continue doing the mutual aid work that everyone does. I would like to see everyone double down on those municipal reparations, including the members who have not contributed yet, so that we can continue trying to do the work that we do, along with RISE, NEPKIS, and other organizations. In 2019, LA spent $30 million on sweeps. Now they've stopped them. Denver spends $500,000 a year, not including staff and officer compensation. So it's a waste of money. Sweeps exist as a result of the social construct of NIMBYism, the not in my backyard. While I live in Ward 5 and it is in my backyard, and I have no problem with it and welcome people to sit down, have water, and have food and connect them to resources when I'm able to. Perhaps those closest to the problem are the closest to the solution and can be given the reins to show these people swept up in their individualistic ideals how to practice community care. I would like to start with a hydration station outside of your office and maybe lunch once a week at the plaza sponsored by the city. Maybe you could take your shoes off and sit down with those people outside and listen to their problems and also help them and connect them to resources like all of us do. We're all very, very tired and very overworked and underpaid because we get paid nothing to do this, however you do. I truly believe that a leader is as a leader does, and we want to see you get your hands dirty in mutual aid efforts as well, such as doing laundry for the people who do not get laundry at the CARES campus, turning compost at our various gardens, and mutual aid efforts, handing out food and hygiene kits to citizens that you were elected to care for, not just those that are in opposition. However, I would like to say that every time we talk about this, we hear that on the same side, on the opposite side, there are other people complaining. I don't see them showing up. So the squeaky wheel gets the grease and closed mouths don't get fed. So we're here and we've been here every single time. And I think that it's time to honor those that are really coming and speaking up for the community, and those that want to complain on Facebook can stay there. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, and for the record, we received 9 letters of support, 4 in opposition, and 5 concerned on various items. From Lon Dowell, an anonymous submitter, Bonnie and John Rindo, another anonymous, Bev Kling-Hesse, Michael Layton, Steve Meyer, Daniel Hobbs, Perry Thierett, Vince Van Burendt, Bob and Mary Alessandrelli, Maria Partridge, William Murphy, Linda Gilspie, Barbara Fleming, Casey O'Hara, Leah Sanders. And with that, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I think at this time I'm sending it over to City Manager Doug Fernley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no changes to today's agenda, although I would ask that we take D2 out of order and run that to the top of the agenda and do it
Okay.
before the consent agenda.
Perfect. Sounds good to me.
I did not hear what.
We are going to take item D2 first.
B2? David 2?
Yes, before we hear consent.
Oh,
agenda.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Move to
Okay.
approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Moving on to item D2. And I want to clarify, that was a motion for
Approval of the agenda. Yep, so we're on item D2, presentation, discussion, and possible acceptance
Okay,
for Lear Theater.
all right. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you, friend. Go right ahead.
Well, Mayor and members of the council, my name is Rick Trachok, and I have the honor to appear on behalf of Art Town. And with me today, you've already heard from 2 of our board members, Abby Stevenson and Mark Ajakos. And we also have Joe Nanini with us today, and our chief magician that makes all of this happen, Beth McMillan. I don't need to spend any time describing the Lear. It is a city treasure that we all wish to restore and convert into a community theater, honoring Moya Lear's vision for the building. For the last year, we have been exploring all of the options that there are for the Lear Theater. To that end, we went on what I call a listening tour, and we met with various community organizations that were interested in what to do with the Lear. We met with arts organizations. We met with private developers. We met with public officials and interested citizens. And we took all of this input from our listening tour to heart. And in many discussions, it became clear to us that there were two options. Number one is a private developer, or number two is city ownership. Our town and Beth's role is to bring the city together, our community together, through these arts activities throughout the month of July and throughout the year. I think we can all agree that our community is a better place because of Beth's efforts. And I think we can all agree that it's been a smashing success. Our town and Beth are not developers. Their job is to bring top artists from around the world to our community, both in July and throughout the year. And as my wife and I attend these various events, we look at each other and we say, how did she find that? How did she find them? That's the type of people that come to Reno and put us on the map. So we think, the board thinks, that it's the best interest of the city, our community, and our town to transfer the Lear Theater to the city. The city has the expertise and the resources to restore and operate the theater. I would like to thank each and every one of you personally for your public service. I know how important it is and at times challenging, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. I would like to thank Doug and Claudia for all of their help over the past few months working together to put together a memorandum of understanding that we submitted to them. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you might have regarding this particular agenda item.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Why don't we have Ms. Hanson come up and run
Okay.
through?
Go
on
right
our
ahead.
side? Thank you.
All the details? Perfect.
Good morning. Thank you. Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. So as Rick mentioned, on June 17th, the Art Town Board adopted a resolution offering for donation the Lear Theater building as well as the associated parking lot located to the west across the alley. The conditions and the resolution are attached to the staff report, where we've got 5 conditions. That the first one, that it doesn't include the building and the parking lot, that the downtown Reno will become the focus of the Art Town event starting next year in 2022, which goes well with the COVID restrictions being lifted and then the refocus on downtown. Should the Lear Theater be used as a theater, Art Town shall have the exclusive right to use the facility in the parking lot for a total of 12 days a year at no cost to Art Town. The Art Town will be entitled to use the parking lot for the month of July, so during Art Town's for support venue for the Art Town events. And should any portion of either parcel be sold or leased, then any profits beyond what the investment is that the city would put into the property would be split with Art Town, going into an exclusive benefit, an account for exclusive benefit for Art Town. So those are the conditions that have come forward in the resolution. Staff is requesting a decision on the offer today, as well as direction for any next steps or requests that council would want us to go through on how we move forward with the use of the building and community outreach. Staff does anticipate doing outreach to the appropriate boards and commissions for input, as well as individual experts in the community for reuse of the building and any future alterations to the building. And I'm available for any questions.
All right, great job. All right, Councilman Breckus?
Thank you. I'm excited to be at this point. It's in Ward 1. I came on in 2012, really focused in trying to figure out where it was headed. And, it's taken a lot of years, but we're here. And I'm very comfortable and grateful to our town to coming forward, to our manager and his staff for working on this, and also to so many community members who have really let it be known that this is where they want the community to go, is to move this building, save this building, frankly. I have a little bit of concern, and that is the concern of legacy agreements that the council has. And I'll start with anyone who has ever read the baseball agreement and how confusing that one is. And we've got other agreements that we have inherited and pass on that are complex. And I just really believe that we need clean agreements, very clean agreements. And so there's some provisions in here that make me a little uncomfortable. And I also want to illustrate that point with, one of the problems you've heard about the Lear is there's covenants running on the property related to the historic money that came in, the public money that put covenants on. It's going to be tough if we accept agreement that has other covenants on to another party. So I want to just say, one, I think the city does best when we have clean agreements, and two, an encumbrance to the property's next phase has always been these covenants. I think the agreement as proposed before us has some covenants that would be compounding, and I think we need a clean agreement. By my analysis, since I've been on in 2012, I voted for more or less $900,000 to support the Our Town effort. And I would like to continue that. I want to raise some questions when we get to that other item, but I would find that the most comfortable way of these continued support payments, subject to budgeting, which is somewhat a part of the baseball agreement. And that's the cleanest to me, because I see a world where the next user comes in and maybe their world is July, or maybe their world, their world need is some other place that could run up to the conflict of these. And so, great job, not particularly clean as I'd like to see. I'd like to see it in return for maybe a 5 or 7 year support payments arrangement of this $125,000. But obviously we're in negotiated territory. But I think the goal is to get it done, and clean. An encumbrance going with the property will be an impediment in my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to sort of echo some of the comments that my colleague has made about the Lear. It's a fantastic building. It's an architectural gem. And of course, I want to pay particular attention to the architect, Paul Revere Williams, or Revere Williams. I noticed, Mr. Traytock, you didn't mention him in your opening presentation, and I think that's an oversight and a mistake. Moya Lear, who I met and knew well later in life, was an incredible woman, but the building itself has a greater significance, I think, to our African-American community than just having it named the Lear. So perhaps it will be named the Lear, perhaps it will not be. My hope is that we will honor the architect for the historical significance of it, and there's a great deal of better information about it than I can share today. So I want to make sure that we situate ourselves there first and foremost as we move forward. I was able to go into the Lear, I guess, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and it's just an incredible building. And the Art Town has been, I think, a good steward of it by keeping it safe, by making sure that some of the things that could be done, some of the seismic retrofits and retrogrades, for example, have been done, preserving many of the architectural drawings. And so I thank Art Town for doing something which really was not what we asked originally, I suppose, or what was asked of you, but you did it. And so I thank you for that. There's lots of folks who have negative feelings about it. They look at the exterior and think it's been, not well cared for. Having been inside it, I know it has been well cared for, and that sometimes the experience of trying to preserve a historic building is overwhelming. And so I'm hopeful that as we move forward in this agreement, that what we'll be able to do is lend some greater sort of institutional largesse to it. I mean, we've got to take into consideration all the historic resources and the importance of people who have a background in that. And so that is, I think, perhaps more important than, the caretaking aspect of it. Is that we've got to make sure that it's preserved for time immemorial as a theater, as a community center. One of the commentators, Lily Baron, talked about the concept of reparations and whether or not the theater is a good site for that. I'm not sure that that ultimately is entirely what I am hoping for, but the concept is a good one because it acknowledges the importance of place for people and our commitments and investments into certainly marginalized community are a form of reparation. And so for my part, I'm interested in exploring that conversation. I was the last city council member to serve on the Art Town Board, and I only got to do so very briefly. And what an incredible group. Every single person on the board is thinking very critically about this community and how to preserve the Art Town and the Lear's legacy. So kudos to you for that. I'm excited to see them uncoupled as well because I think Art Town has an incredibly beautiful future as being the premier art event perhaps in the country. And so being able to do that, I think you'll be able to refocus on those efforts as well. I will say too that Councilmember Dewar has a fairly extensive knowledge, much significant and more greater than the knowledge I possess. So I have been looking to her to give some thought about the deal points, right? The nits and the details of what will happen. And so I'm interested to hear what she has to say today because I'll be very closely paying attention to those thoughts. And the mayor, has been, I think, a long champion for the Lear, and so has some very specific thoughts in mind. So thank you for getting this conversation to this point, because it's been a long time coming. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Any other council members? Do we have some on the phone that want to jump in? No? Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
I was going to hope that Councilwoman Dewar was going to speak.
Well,
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar. And then I'll go to
Yeah,
Councilwoman Webb.
I was muted, even though it didn't show muted. But anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and I want to thank everyone involved in these negotiations. As Councilmember Reese alluded to, I did serve on the Art Town board for about 5+ years, I want to say, maybe almost 6. And during that time, I also served on the Lear subcommittee for Art Town, and I know how much energy that group put in to trying to find a best fit, a best home for the Lear. During that process, I was an advocate for the building to come to the city because I knew it was a large financial undertaking to restore the Lear to its former glory, as a building, as a functioning building, and bring it back to life. So we did go through that whole RFQ process, looking for a potential support group to take it on, and it just wasn't working. And during that time, I think most of the members of the Lear Committee knew, again, that I supported bringing it to the city because I felt even if we didn't have the money immediately, we would ultimately, and we have had an opportunity to preserve and maintain other historic buildings in the city, including the Southside School, and underway now, the train station. So I think this is a great move. On a couple of points, there was a conversation about should we sell it or transfer it and receive some compensation back for that. We would split that with the Lear, and with Art Town. And at first, I will tell you, I had some concerns about that because I felt, well, the Lear Theater was given to Art Town to protect it, not necessarily to benefit monetarily off of it. But as I started thinking it through a little bit more, I started thinking, well, the city itself is not in the business of benefiting monetarily from it either. The whole idea is to basically act as a nonprofit, if you will, and to make the building accessible to people. And so but I got a little bit more comfortable with the idea that if we did get compensation or some kind of monetary payment back, that would be split. I got a little more comfortable with that. I think it's still worth conversing about. Secondly, I did have a question about the parking. I'm unclear, Claudia, when you say that our town would have the parking lot for July, but also 12 days. Are the 12 days other than July? Is it in addition to July or within July?
This is Claudia Hansen. The 12 days, well, the parking lot is for the month of July. The 12 days would be use of the theater.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, did you have something else? And then, from my perspective, I am very hopeful that we could move forward with option one, which is maintain ownership and contract with another entity to manage. I know that's getting out ahead of ourselves, but our staff did list several options in the memo. And the reason I am particularly interested in that is I think we've done it very successfully with Sky Tavern, the Southside School, the ballroom, the parking gallery, where we own, but we contract with another group to manage. That may take the form of a transfer, some kind of transfer with a reversionary clause or something. But that's the kind of thing I would like to see, that kind of partnership develop between the city and a third party to bring the Lear to life. So again, I commend the whole team for doing this, and am very grateful that we're here at this point today. And I'm willing to support the motion and see what the staff bring back in terms of a final agreement.
Okay, thank you so much. Claudia, quick question. I just want some clarification. Art Town would still own the parking lot, right?
No,
No,
this-
not
that
at
is
all.
part of the donation.
Okay. I just want to double check. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're going to go
Madam-
to Councilwoman Weber, and then we're going to go to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am so pleased that you are here and that you've worked so hard on this for all the years. I wanted to share that I used to work with Mrs. Lear out at the Lear Fan when I worked out there for years. And so it was so cool because when I see all of this and the theater that she hoped and, that worked on and had and supported, and I think the name is kind of a legacy name, but I don't know, now we're moving on. But I really hope that we move forward, and I can't wait to hear how we work out all the details. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thanks to everybody for all the work they've put in on this. I know this is a great facility with great potential that's going to cost a lot of money. And I think everybody has recognized that and wants the same things and recognizing its history and its future at the same time. I tend to lean towards what Council Member Breckus was saying with regards to uncoupling of and encumbering the contract to have some provisions that have an exclusive right to Art Town during certain times. I kind of view those sorts of discussions as ones that maybe we as the Special Events Committee discuss in, at the same time we discuss sponsorship for Art Town. Maybe that's where that lives. I just don't like its potential future to be tied or be encumbered by some provisions that may keep it from having its most robust use, or at least to have that discussion, to completely remove that off the table. I'm not suggesting that there's not value and need during Art Town for the facility and the parking lot. I'm just saying I think maybe there's a different mechanism by which to get to that point and that support. But otherwise, kudos to everybody involved.
Okay, thank you so much. And also, I'm so sorry we missed you yesterday. I just want to say thank you. Massive, massive kudos on Local Motion Plaza, Councilwoman Jordan. It was really your vision and drive for many years, and it's finally activated the way you wanted to see it. So I just thank you. I didn't get to see you, like I said, so I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, first of all, I want to say thank you so much to Art Town. This has been like, all of us have had so many conversations, and I think many of us have sat on the Art Town board, and so much, I guess, passion for this incredible historic building. I want to say what a generous offer to the city, and we've talked about this for a very long time. I hope people can understand this is really a massive, massive undertaking to take on a property like this. And I don't think people understand how much preservation costs. It's really, really expensive. And so for many years, it's been really hard to get there, but we think sort of with this opportunity that the city can apply for grants. I don't want people to think, tomorrow it's going to be restored. It's going to take some time. I think everyone needs to really understand that. I have always wanted to see that this stay under the city's purview in perpetuity. I think that is so critical and remain a place where arts and culture thrives. That's why I will be supportive as long as that stays under the city's purview. It doesn't go to a private developer. It doesn't go outside of arts and culture. It really has to stay for the community benefit in every single aspect. And I think that that's how it really will thrive and have a community that comes together and supports this incredible historic building. But I also want to say, to Art Town, that wasn't your job to take on this, historic building. Your job is in a totally different capacity of programming arts. And so I think, people didn't quite understand that either, but here you were given this sort of incredible, building with so much history. And I want to make sure that we really do honor that history. I think that is so, so important because the architect did an amazing job, and so many people don't know the history of the Lear Theater. And I think bringing it back to, Councilman Reese's point, I think that is a fantastic idea. So I am 100% in support as long as it stays under the city's purview. It does not, it always remains a community benefit. Like I said, I don't want to see private development. I don't want to see apartments. I don't want to see things of that nature. It has got to stay with this entire community who will love it and support it. And not for, those other monetary reasons that I think people tend to see big dollar signs. This is not going to be like this. This is going to take some time. Like I said, we're going to put a lot of heart and soul into it, but a lot of grants. This takes time. So I want the public to also know that it's not going to be restored overnight. However, I do think that we can start with the outside and do something incredible and make it a great outdoor community space, and then start to go inside, but keep it arts and culture, and historic preservation. And all of you from our Arts and Culture Commission, you guys have really done a phenomenal job with saying we want to keep it here, and being advocates for it. So thank you so much for all the, and I think you can do some incredible things on helping us with that historic preservation and with the architect and really keeping it so people understand how special it is. So I want to say thank you. That being said, is there anyone else? Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think the sentiments we all share are the right ones. The question will become the details. So I suppose at the end of the day, what I would be doing is looking for staff to bring us, certainly as Councilmember Breckus phrased it, the cleanest deal, meaning the one with the fewest amount of encumbrances that carry forward, simply because it'll be easier for us to then take on the awesome responsibility of restoring a historic building, which will be complicated enough. And so some of the things that I want to make sure are done are just some streamlining of that. So I don't know, because I have not been a part of the conversations with the Lear about it with Mr. Trachok so I don't know where we are with it. And so I want us to do it. I believe it is the best place for it. I don't know what all of the deal points would be other than the ones that have been identified. I mean, you point out, for example, the parking lot and whether it was being uncoupled, and now we've resolved that. I think some of our financial commitments to Art Town are very separate, but this is a thing that gets combined. I would like to see less of that combination because I think we have a separate commitment to Art Town as the premier art event in this state. And so I don't know, Mr. Manager, I suppose I'd be looking to you or to the legal team who's been negotiating it to know more specifically what we need to focus on as far as deal points, what they would be.
Go ahead, Mr. Thornley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Reese. The reason that this item is in front of you today is to sort of better understand the preferences of the body so that we might go back to Mr. Trachok and Art Town and paper up, as it's been described, the cleanest deal possible that the council can support.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, let me throw out a motion, and I don't want to be today negotiating and have Mr. Trachok go back and forth. I think we give direction to the manager, and then, and I am very
I apologize for
cognizant.
interruption. We do have public comment on
Oh,
this
I
item, so
beg your
before we
pardon.
make a motion, I just
Okay.
need
Don't
to-
worry, before that, it's okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'll make sure I go back
Okay.
to Madam Clerk. Go ahead.
And I do beg your pardon. I think it would be something along the lines, and I want to give credit to Ms. Jordan, who's chair of the Special Events Committee, to think of a way through the sponsorship of other needs. That's very innovative and I think appropriate. I would say prepare an agreement for the city to obtain ownership transfer through a multi-year support payment agreement, which is just like we did baseball, and then it's subject to annual budgetary improvements, and say it's a 5 or 7 year sort of deal, but anyway, that's how I think it would be the cleanest. And as far as the use, I do want to not hem ourselves in any way. I think we need dialogue, and I always have wanted to be sensitive to the fact that there are people in this community, and someone wrote his childhood memories also of being a Christian Scientist in that building. And so, it's going to have a new life. It had a life before, and I always want to honor that because that was always why that architect was brought up here to do that work. I'm not saying we're going to be in the church business, but I always feel that we need to hem in that, and reading the arts feasibility study that was done back then. We have a completely different arts environment, but I've heard, if anything, it's more competitive in the arts world right now because other places like Reno Little Theater that built their theaters come on. So that's all I want to say for myself today about future uses. But the original intent was not brought up earlier, and I apologize for jumping in before public comment.
All right.
And Madam Mayor, I have a final
ahead.
comment too.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I just want to, is it me?
Go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead. Councilwoman Jordan? Councilwoman Dewar?
It's Councilwoman Dewar. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to support the direction that the council is speaking. I think that fewer encumbrances, the better on the building. The reason being, it was brought up in the presentation already, that we already had to accept conditions of usage in the grant that we received, the historic grant. And I expect, to the mayor's point, that we will be applying for more grants, and we will likely get them, I would think, in that the ownership would be secure with the city, which has a good reputation for arts. We also had put in place a new market tax credits, and in addition to historic tax credits. So if we do go in a direction which is still retaining ownership, but it's more like item 2, where we do a long-term lease, we still own it, but we do a lease, even if it's for $1 a year, like we've done with the university, a below-cost lease, we would have potentially other encumbrances from those funding agencies. So I think that the more clean we can make this agreement, the better, and the better for the long-term future, while still supporting our town, of course. And I want to remind everyone, it's my understanding that the Lear went to our town as a way to preserve it and protect it. And I think that would fulfill, that vision. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the body? Go ahead.
I just want to ask if there's any possibility that when it comes back to us, that we have like a bullet point fact sheet that comes back with all the issues that we've talked about, and making sure that we just have a quick response to how it comes back, just so it's like a fact sheet we can use for public and conversations that we have in the public as well.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Weber. I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, with public comment.
All right, Madam Mayor, it should be noted we received 2 letters of correspondence in favor from Leah Sanders and Alicia Barber. And our current public commenters in the room, Lily Boran, followed by Dwight George, followed by Brad Carlson. Lily?
Karen.
I just wanted to, with all due respect and compassion, let everyone just kind of gather themselves. Acknowledging Indigenous and Black voices. I was at many mayor meetings over the last at my grandmother's theater company where I was like, I was one of the last people to perform inside of that theater.
Wow.
And I would like to acknowledge that it's predominantly white. Did not consult these. Doesn't just look like an oversight. Looks intentional. But this is how we get ourselves in these situations 100 years later, where we're like, oh, whoops, we made a mistake and everything is white now and the black people are not. Having this conversation over the head. For this reason, the cultural preservation for Black culture would certainly have something to do with, that's okay, I'm loud enough, I guess, would certainly have to do with the largest contribution of Black art to the city, period. I also, I live on Elko Avenue, where there were a lot of historically boarding houses, one of which is a couple of blocks from my house, housed Langston Hughes. Nobody knows anything about it. The building's deteriorating. There's not even a plaque in front of it. Those kinds of things don't happen in Oakland. Those kinds of things don't happen in New York City. I've lived in both places. Those things don't happen there because we consult the right organizations to deal with those kinds of things. So I don't know if there's some way that we can table a lot of this conversation to have all of the people who should be at the table to have this conversation, because this is, again, kind of neglecting voices that should be heard and should have been invited to participate in these conversations a long time ago. As we know, a lot of buildings have been preserved in the city, and it didn't take 10 years to preserve any of them. I'm sure that thinking about using Black architectural firms, using Indigenous voices and Black voices as a majority and not a minority in this kind of discussion would be great. And I'm sure that Moya would agree with that sentiment. We also made, there was a mistake recently made with the legacy of the Feimster family, and I would hate to see that repeated again. So I just think that it's really important that we understand that those moments where redlining occurred were just like this. Where we didn't involve everyone's voices. And right now you have an opportunity to do so, and it's happening again. So please let's be mindful of the conversations we're having and the people that should be present when we're having them.
All right, thank you so much, Lily, I appreciate that. And I also want to remind everyone, we have neighborhood advisory boards. We have all different arts and culture boards. All of them are open. Anyone can attend at any time. So I want to make sure if any of you want to participate in some of those boards, in which many of these conversations, right from our budget, we have our financial advisory board, right down to our neighborhood advisory boards, that we kind of get a lot of information, and we really try to bring the public there so that they can be part of the process. That's really, really important. So we want to make sure that everyone comes to the table and does have a voice. I think that is really, really critical. So there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Love to speak to you, Lily, like how you think we can improve on that, because I think really that's the goal, to be transparent, but have everyone's voice at the table. It really is important. And I would say this, because a lot of people, and I don't know if they know this, I'm kind of going a little off track here, but I do want to point this out, that public comment is really, really important and very critical, and I'm going to tell you why. And I think obviously politicians get a bad rap, and everyone hates government, and there's this whole sediment and all of that. But let me tell you why public comment is so important. First of all, I really believe it shapes our city. I think also, I know my colleagues up here, we've had these conversations. I learned very early on, public comment was really critical. And the reason why is a lot of times you have a lot more background and knowledge on an experience like Luli just talked about, being a little girl in the theater, or something that's very, very, very significant to this city or to the issue that we are speaking of, at the dais at this moment. You can say something very powerful and it can completely change how you might think about a project or interact with someone, or just you might think it's very minor, but it is very, very helpful. So I would encourage the community to do whatever they can to come and shape their community. I don't come here with, I'm already, down a path. I like to really listen to the public and then sort of understand what their concerns are so that, that shapes sort of the direction of the community. That's why. So don't ever have the notion that coming here doesn't matter or what you have to say is not going to change some of our mind and perspective. I think that's why we do this. It is really, really important. So I want to say thank you. Keep the public comments coming because your voice really can change what happens right here. I know you might not believe it, but there are a lot of times I hear some pretty compelling stories or background or history that is very, very critical to how we shape this community. So I want to say thank you. So that's why public comment's so super important, for me anyway. Okay, where are we at? City manager.
Two more comments.
We
We've
have one
got
more? Okay, perfect, go ahead.
Dwight George, followed by Brad Carlson.
Oh, two more, sorry.
So, speaking as an artist in this community, I do theater here. I am a part of a theater collective. It's mostly BIPOC majority. We're called the Rough Talk Sweethearts. We've done a couple of different plays with Baruka, and I've also been involved with Good Luck with Beth and Reno Little Theater, as well as Theater Works North Nevada. There's a lot of a base concern about this, that even, how Lily stated that there is a fear that our voices are going to be pushed out again and then be told to wait again, to be told to wait your turn, wait until something better can come along, when it's a continued game of waiting. And it's scary to be an artist working in a place that does not seem to value you as much as someone else that is doing the same exact thing, but just not even working as hard as you. So even with this theater, there is a fear among even my fellow artists and stuff that it's not even going to stay for the arts, which you've made it clear that you want to keep it for the arts. But just like we heard from one, I can't remember exactly who said it, there is still the monetary option that is being weighed. And that is something that we do not want to see happen. We don't even want it really discussed when this is a donation of an artistic place and it is being seen as a possible money situation. Artists don't make that much. We don't have a lot of monetary gain from what we do. We gain a lot more from the interactions with people that enjoy it and people that love to do it. That's why I'm friends with Ruby. I'm wearing Ruby's shirt right now because I support her. I love what she does, and obviously the city does too. But we want to make sure that we, at the very least, have that support and have that continued support, because there's a lot of talk about our town being so important and being so vital to this city. But when there's talk of also being like, well, we're going to give you this classically artistic building, and we might sell it and have nothing related to art to do with it, is concerning for so many people like myself and so many other artists. And we, at the very least, would like some kind of guarantee that it would still stay within what it was made for, because that's the base of it. It was made for community, it was made for artists, it was made for this kind of outpouring of artistic vision. And if it is just replaced with more apartments, more unaffordable housing, then it is completely against what we are for. And like Lily said, when voices like mine and hers are hard to come by, I feel like we should amplify them. So don't write off just what she spoke about, because that is so important. It is such a worthy thing, and at the very least, we just want that comfort in knowing that we won't be silenced with what we continue to try to do. So please just give us that at the very least. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, good job. Thank you.
Our final commenter is Brad Carlson.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for this time and considering this. I'm the 2021 president of the American Institute of Architects of Northern Nevada, and I also chair the City of Reno's Historical Resources Commission. I'm here today talking on behalf of myself, but these are groups I'm involved in and represent. I'm also on the board of Historic Reno Preservation. One of probably my main point today is let you know that the Historical Resources Commission of the City of Reno is here to support you in this decision and as we move forward. There has been comments on, Madam Mayor, thank you for your strong support of this. Council members Reese and Breckus have expressed concerns over sort of the financials and the details. There's always details in a big deal. We've heard voices from the community. We're talking about a community asset, and it's always a conversation. So this is just the first step moving forward, and I wholeheartedly support it. This building is on the is a listed building of the National Trust of Historic Preservation, as well as the State Historic Preservation Office and the City of Reno's Register. I was looking at the National Trust website this morning, and I couldn't say this any better, but they have a quote right at the top. Historic places create connections to our heritage that help us understand our past and appreciate our triumphs. Historical places help define and distinguish our communities and build a story and a sense of our identity, which I couldn't say it any better. And we have a great opportunity here. And again, to quote the City of Reno's website, as far as the role of the Historical Resources Commission, the city's website says, and defines it very well, the HRC is the official advisor to the City of Reno on matters relating to historic preservation of cultural resources and buildings. The commission recommends to the council possible uses and funding options for historic buildings, places, and sites. Here we are. Something else, National Trust, right at the top of their website today, they're celebrating their awards of the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund. So there's certainly grant funding available. We've talked about the deals, how to fund this sort of thing. There are certainly opportunities that need to be looked at. So in closing, I'd just like to say that Historical Resources Commission, as well as the American Institute of Architects, we're here to support it. I like some of the public comment I've been hearing. This morning, I didn't catch the name, but there was a recommendation for maybe recognizing Paul Revere Williams in the naming of the buildings. I think that's a great idea. Lily mentioned bringing Black voices in, and Dwight mentioned artistic voices. We're a community. You know, we're all here to have this dialogue, and HRC has the technical expertise to support your decision.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I know you guys do great work. We don't often see you, but like it really is valuable. So thank you, right? But now I see you, you've got color in your face.
All right,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus, I just want to ask, are you still the liaison on the HRC?
I am.
Okay. Do you have any openings on there?
You know, I don't think we do at this time, actually.
Okay.
But
Let us know. I think, Lily, you would be great on there if you would want to come on the Arts and Culture Commission. One more thing. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, I would make a motion to direct staff to prepare an agreement for the city of obtain transfer and ownership of the Lear Theater, and the terms of a transfer agreement would involve, the direction is a consideration of a multi-year support payment plan, not unlike using the baseball support payment plan as a model template.
Second.
Okay, so wait, let me understand that. So are you tying in The 125, is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. We'll move on to that item next, and I'd have a companion motion for that. And we can put it on the, tie it in. It would be something like, contributing that 125 for this FY as consideration as the first year of the support payments and an agreement to come forward afterward.
All right, thank you so much.
Um,
Go right ahead. I think that's you, Councilman.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, thank you. I have a question in terms of what Councilwoman Breckes was trying to get at in terms of support payments. So are you saying, in lieu of any other condition related to parking, use of building, sharing in any proceeds, and by proceeds, I want people to know I am supportive of the city retaining the ownership 100%. I've been there the entire time for the last 6 years. However, there could be a lease option. There could be some payment. Are you saying all of the conditions that are listed would not be included, but rather continuation of support of our town?
Yeah, I am. And, of all the points that I feel are compounding and complicated, the sale is the most difficult one. Lease is maybe not so problematic, but, I would imagine that I would strongly believe that the city would never be in a position to monetize this property. But, I think scenarios could happen, a flood, a fire, then we've got dirt, and you got to look then in that agreement. I think support payment is the best model, and for those who aren't familiar with it, the council, before all of us sat in, agreed to, I think, a 30-year support payment schedule. I think it's up to like $800,000 a year right now. It's supposed to come through some revenue generation, which some years it has, some years it hasn't, to the baseball stadium. And then after year 35 of that deal, the city owns the baseball stadium. So I see people who have been around nodding that that's kind of the model of a template, and that's what I would say. So that's my clarification on that motion.
Just in response, I don't think we should premise ownership of the building on some further out term, like 5 years from now we would own it. I think that we would want an agreement that we own it when the deal is inked. But I see where you're going. We have been supporting our town, but this would guarantee them a certain level of support. And where would we determine that level of support, or when?
Well, like I said, I use the baseball stadium just to let people know, why are you paying baseball $800,000 every year? What are you going to get? And so it is distinctive, and the motion clarified that we would take transfer of ownership immediately. But it is, in the baseball agreement, say, subject to annual appropriation consideration. But there is a good 8-year model of us all, of the council members coming and going, staying good through the annual appropriation to that deal. And so I would think that there should be reliance upon council's good faith in, honoring those deals, some of which people have objected to, through the budgeting process. And so I think that would give assurances to the Art Town folks that if we have a 5 or a 7-year deal of 125 coming out of general fund or something to be determined, that they can rely upon that because the council has a good faith sentiment toward the deals that are made, even when some of us are gone.
Okay.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Would you like to wait? Okay. All right. We are going to move to consent. Madam Clerk. And sorry, we've been taking things a little bit out of order, so I want to make sure that we can get back on track.
All right, Madam Mayor, so we are on consent agenda, and we're just looking for items to pull.
All right, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to start with you. Councilwoman Breckes, why don't you give me some items to pull off consent agenda?
I'd like to pull B1, C1, but I think in honor, for the continuity of the effort tonight, I'd like to hear B6 first, because that's the Our Town one. And then I'd also like to pull B11 and B12.
All right, Councilman Reese. Councilman Delgado. All right, Councilwoman Weber. Councilwoman Dewar.
I have none.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Nothing.
Okay, great, thanks so much. So I would like to get a motion on all items except for the ones that have been pulled off the agenda. All right, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion, and I think I have a motion from Councilman Reese and a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving right along. You know what, just give me 1 second. I actually would like, oh, go ahead, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, B1, C1.
Yeah, well, if we could hit the B6 one first, or do you want Mr. Thornley
That's
in
what I
the
was
audience?
gonna wait,
Okay.
yeah.
B1C is a very unusual license. It's one, I think, in the 20 years I've been focusing on city licensing, only the third I've ever seen. So I just wanted to ask a little bit of questions. Mr. Ferrato?
Correct.
This is for an escort?
That's correct.
Not in city, though?
Well, for the record, Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager. The business is for in-city. It's a home-based business technically, so it's out of city that's why it's phrased that way on the agenda.
Okay, so let me get this straight, or correct. Is this escort will be escorting in the city of Reno? But she, and I think it was a she,
Correct.
resides outside of the city of Reno.
Absolutely.
Did you get a sense that this escort holds other licenses from other jurisdictions?
I did not get that sense. I spoke with her briefly. The business description on the application says companionship to those looking for company to shows, casino, dinner, or entertainment business, will not be working out of house/office. When I spoke to her for clarification, she says she lives out of town. She comes into Reno and she accompanies people for entertainment.
Okay, that's great. That is the definition of an escort. But there's been history, I don't know if you know the history, but where maybe you'll go to the yellow pages when we had yellow pages, or the internet, and see pages and pages of escorts, and then say, oh, the city only has 3 escorts licensed. How can that be? And so when they do come through, it's good to know they are licensing, and sometimes they hold licenses from other jurisdictions, but they're here just to do the escorting, so, to the definition. So thank you very much for answering those questions, and I'll move to approve this licensing.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We have not seen this before. Councilman Reese voted nay. I would just, whenever I saw it on the agenda, I just thought, we haven't seen this before, so I'm glad that you raised those questions. Yeah, and to your point, like you said, 3, and then and now, because of the internet, it's just all over the place. So it's good that they are coming and getting their license.
And Madam Mayor, for the record, I voted
Yeah.
nay because I didn't see the police review as having been completed. It says pending.
It at the time of the creation of the agenda, it was pending, but I can confirm that it is been reviewed now. And
Yeah,
it
I
has passed.
got confirmation that it's done. Correct?
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, if we're still waiting on City Manager Thornley, let's go ahead and move to item B11 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay.
Sounds good.
B11. A lot of discussion there about a lift station. But where is the lift station? Because it's not mentioned in the staff report.
Very good. This is actually not for a lift station. This is the reuse effluent pump station at the facility.
Oh, okay, a design, right? The design?
Yes. And sorry, Nick Brothers. with
Yeah,
Public
hi,
Works.
nice to meet you. Where is said, well, it's engineering services for a effluent pump station. Where is this effluent pump station?
So at the Reno Stead wastewater treatment facility, there is a pumping station for the reuse system that's located within the facility perimeter, and that facility is the one that needs to be evaluated and then potentially improved.
So it's in the fence?
Yes.
as we have a terminology. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate that. And if there aren't any other questions or public comment, I would make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor, we can go ahead and continue with item B12 as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yes. Could we get a map for this? This is taking a road, adding a road that we have to maintain, resurface when it deteriorates, and I don't know, snow removal, all the other things we do. And I guess it came about in a funny way through Washoe County because it's in an area of annexation. But I hear a lot from Ward 1 constituents, my road is falling apart. So I am very focused on what we're adding to the inventory and when we're adding it to the inventory and why we're taking on some roads and not other roads, because that means less ability to maintain and resurface the roads that are in need in the older parts of town. And when I see a road like this, that looks to me that it's possibly taking truck traffic off of two brand-new logistics distribution facilities. So I know it's going to get beat up pretty hard. I'm wondering, why isn't this a private road?
Thank you. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant CD Director. There's a lot of history on this. Typically, when a property is annexed on either side of a road, we then take over ownership of that road. In this case, property around that road, east and west of that road, was annexed back in 2001. And because of the way this property came to be under the county's designation, we did not take over ownership of that road. It was done through a quitclaim deed. Prior to the county having ownership, it was through the state. There was some condemnation. So a long history in a legal battle. That has nothing to do with this, but there's history on this. So we have been maintaining this road since we annexed it, or we are responsible for maintaining this road since we annexed it back in 2001. This is really that final step in making sure that we legally own it and continue maintaining it.
So tell me this road that comes off of North Virginia Street, who does it service?
There are several large industrial buildings as part of the North Valley's Commerce Center, both to the east and west. As those buildings were built, they came in and they had to put in curb, gutter, sidewalk, and landscaping. So they have done that as part of their development. And it mostly serves those industrial buildings.
What about the building to the far north, or off of the? What about the one that is most bound to 395? Looks like a mini storage or a trailer park, or.
Madam, can I interrupt for a second? There's also, at the end of that road, the Washoe County School District bus transportation.
Oh, it is the Washoe County. Okay, I knew they were out there somewhere. Okay. And so the bus people, the bus drivers, have to use the same road as the logistics distribution people. Okay. And I appreciate that. I knew they were always out there. I think I'll support it this time. If I didn't know that there was a public facility user out there, and they've been long there before everyone else, I would have said, I really hope that if we're letting logistics distribution driveways be public roads, we shouldn't be. And but I see really it's more for the benefit of that longtime user in the back who needs access. So I will support, and I hope it's working well for the bus system, because that's a lot of truck traffic they are contending with, and maybe in a I don't know. I don't want to be the traffic engineer here today, but I appreciate it, and I will move to support unless anyone else wants to.
Second.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilwoman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries unanimously. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item B6, Art Town 2021 sponsorship.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I pulled this, and I don't really think we need a staff report. I just wanted to, maybe if Mr. Manager wants to weigh in, but I would like to make this, approve this with the provision that it be contemplated as the first year of a multi-support payment for the transfer of the Lear to us, companion to the other motion. And does that sound amenable to you, Mr. Manager?
I don't have any objection to that, sort of with the contingency that as we paper up the transfer agreement, that will take some time, of course. And obviously, we do need to plan for contingencies of that negotiation perhaps taking a turn that we didn't anticipate. And so,
Sure.
I'm sure our town would like their money sooner rather than later, and so
Yeah.
I suppose I need a little bit of guidance from you.
Okay.
Do you want me to continue to hold that money back, or do you want to give
Yeah.
it to them with the understanding that we're gonna?
I think move to, because it is for this FY.
Could we have that quick little presentation here on this? Because we have people, staff right there. But I do believe,
Well, I'm not sure I understood a point of order, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus, did you move to approve the
She was giving a
contribution?
I'm
125
seconding.
in this fiscal FY.
For this FY, but it be incorporated as the first year of a support payment. So the money can go out the door, but it's contemplated and captured as the first year of a support payment. I think that's fair. The substance of it, hearing here when we've been 2 hours into, not getting through consent and hearing about Art Town and what they're doing, from staff, it's not what I need today on this
Yeah,
item.
it's not what I need, and that's why I
So-
thought you were speaking to the motion. That's what I
Yeah,
saying.
but like any agreement, right, there are more parties than just us. And so I think we should probably invite Mr. Trachuk back to the lectern to, sort out whether or not that's a term that's amenable to Art Town as well.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to make it clear, I think this needs to work for both. This is a partnership. This is not a one-sided deal in any capacity, because we are going to work with you for years to come. And I also want to make sure that Art Town and Beth feel assured that this is a joint relationship, joint partnership, mutual, benefit, not just one-sided on the city's part. This has to be all of us agreeing, feeling comfortable with it, because we want to work together for years to come, and we also want our town to thrive. But I also hope that it provides Beth with some assurance that our town, is a city partnership and funded. Because I think that's always been, oh gosh, people come and like, oh, is the city going to fund? Are they going to give us their support? And I want to make sure that we also really lend that to you so that you're not feeling uneasy, right? Like I said, this is going to be a two-way partnership, and I want to make that really clear. So, okay. Let me ask you, Mr. Fitch, would you like to come up? And I just want to say, a lot of times staff prepares great presentations. They do a lot of homework. They do all this homework for weeks, and then we're like, oh, no, we don't need a presentation. They're like, great. But I want to give you the floor and bring anything to the body that you think is important.
Thank you. Brad Fitch, for the record, I would like to bring Megan Berner up, as she did draft this staff report some time ago, and this item has been delayed. But the Arts and Culture Commission did make a recommendation back in 2019 that Art Town we would reduce it by 10% over the next 5 years. So the Arts and Culture Commission recommendation was $112,500. Obviously, we agendized it for this body to approve the full $125,000 at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. I would just say, kind of looking at this to our city manager, because this is another component of Art Town, obviously this is going to be, I don't want to say expensive, but it's going to be probably much more intensive than we had thought, right? So I want to be supportive and make sure that everyone feels comfortable with this deal moving forward. So I think that's another negotiating piece that you should have in there to make sure that our town gets what they need.
Of course. I do think, sort of it is the pleasure of the body in terms of how you would like to handle this contribution. Certainly, I think Councilmember Breckus's points are well taken. We do have some challenges in front of us there. That said, I think we are in a place where we're sort of at odds with the recommendation from the Arts and Culture Commission, in that if we are going to tie the transfer to a guaranteed revenue stream, it probably does not make much sense at this juncture to reduce it by 10% on a year-over-year basis.
Exactly.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan would like to make a comment.
Okay, great. 1 second, Councilwoman Jordan. The other thing that I do want to bring up, everyone knows that we have done some restructuring here, and Brad Fitch is now, and congratulations, you are our new special events director. So is that what we call that? I know everything's changed a little. What do we call it?
I'm a senior management analyst with arts and culture and events.
Okay, so, and because of that, I want to make sure that we are working as a partnership. I think that that's really important. And so with some of that sponsorship, also working with our town in a capacity to do some programming, joint programming together with that. So I want to make sure that that's also part of it, so that the city and our town can work together when it comes to programming, if those funds are allocated to events. So, okay. All right, thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I hear what Councilwoman Breckus is saying, and I understand kind of the direction she's heading with that, and I tend to concur with it. But I also know that all those deal points need to be discussed and negotiated with our town. I do like the idea of pulling this payment and putting it into some other sort of mechanism, you know, with a more guaranteed sort of structure to it and understanding for all parties involved, and getting it out of special events. And I will remind everybody, because this is the only, our town is the only special event that gets a cash payment, and that can create problems with the support of other special events that we just do in kind. So I'm saying this for the benefit of the manager as we move forward, whatever the outcome of today's vote is for this 125, it sounds like way to clean this up, and I think that is a theme, and I support it 100%, to clean up a lot of these deals. We have an opportunity here that we can do that with this support of our town as well, and put it in, maybe it is in the Lear agreement moving forward. And if we can incorporate it as this is the first installment, if that is the mechanism, then I'm supportive of that, but understanding that there's negotiations still to be had. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Manager, was it your desire to bring Mr. Trachuk up to give the body some input? I noticed that you left the room and I presume went out in the lobby and talked with him. Is there something that you feel he needs to share with the body, or at this point?
To the extent that what we're asking for is, you know, affirmative direction and not merely an expressed desire that we work to include this as the first of several payments, I would like to understand whether or not that term works for Art Town.
Okay, because I'm not crazy about going into negotiations here at the table. I feel we've done that too much. But yes, Mr. Trachuk, if you would like to speak to us, I would like to hear what you say as the Art Town representative here today.
That sounds great.
Okay, okay. So I'm going to move to approve this under this year's FY with a release on the schedule contemplated in the recommendation for the full amount recommended in the staff report. And then as we move forward on the other item with the agreement of the transfer, it be contemplated as the first year in a support payment schedule, if we hopefully can arrive at that point.
And I'm seconding Dewar.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Go right
I'm not
ahead.
sure I understand the last condition, only in as much as I understand in principle that you wish it to be part of the first year of the next ongoing support payments. But the concern I have is if that's not ultimately what we agree to, then that condition simply goes away?
Yes, then it's still been issued separately and distinctively apart, but I think it's the good template for us. And I think it also shows that, there's already been some build upon moving in that direction in that agreement. And so, yeah, thank you.
And for my part, I think the template is a good one. Whether I consider this year's payment to be year one of that or not is the question where I am somewhat reluctant to get involved at this point, because I don't know what will come back, right? So if the agreement comes back differently, or it's for a number of years that I can't support, or maybe it starts in year two, and we just are saying, hey, you're producing this amazing festival this year, and we want to honor it. That's where I differ as to the intention behind
yeah.
that provision.
Well, I could say that, in lieu of that consideration, which, you're kind of having it both ways, is it could almost be as in a whereas that shows a basis for, like I said earlier, since I've been on in 2012, I think I voted for about $900,000 in annual support for this organization, doing it here today. And so I think it could even be as, if there's a desire to not put it on the schedule, we'll leave it to our manager's discretion to put it as a whereas. And I think it certainly helps the points that Ms. Jardin raised about the questions that have been raised about a earmark to a specific organization, and it'll live in another place, which will be this agreement. I think that's going to be a very rectifying improvement. So thank you for that.
And on that basis, I can support the motion as well, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Think there's none? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you so much. And I want to say thank you. I would be remiss if I did not thank Mr. Trachok for all of your hard work, your love, dedication for the arts and our city. So history right here, because for a long time, we all tried to get here, and you brought us all together. So I want you to know that. Thank you. Mwah. Thank you. All right.
Can we take 10 minutes, 15?
We are going to take 10 minutes. I need you guys to get up, go to the bathroom, and be sort of refreshed. And then well, actually, no, we're not going to take 10 minutes. Sorry, you guys. We're going to actually take about 20 minutes. So, because there's lunch in the back, so I want everyone to get something to eat and then come back. So what time is it? I can't even see from here.
Madam Mayor, we can reconvene at 12:45 if that works for everyone.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll see everyone back here at 12:45.
Thank you. opening item C1, which is a public hearing for Bridge Church rezoning.
Thank you, and we'll go right to Mr. Hall to read the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7177, Council Recording C 21-00001, Bridge Church rezoning. Ordinance.
I am going to need a staff presentation for this Ward 1 zoning change request.
So, Ms. Foos.
Good afternoon. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant CD Director. I'm going to walk you through what this is. So we had a request come in for a zone change. The site is currently zoned MF14, and they would like to change that to public facility. This is a site, it's an existing church. It's south of Reno High School, just on the corner of Foster and Hunter Lake. It's slightly under 4 acres in size. One thing that's unique about this is that it has a master plan of public quasi-public. And within that public quasi-public designation, there are 2 zoning designations that conform. One is PUD and one is public facility. So again, in terms of a colored map.
Angela, I apologize. We're going to have to stop for just a minute because our council members on the phone can't hear anything.
Ooh. Madam Clerk, should we take a 2-minute recess till we can get that done? We probably need to now.
Councilmember Dorr and Councilmember Jordan, can you hear us?
I can now.
Oh, good.
Councilmember Dorr, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm not sure about the council.
Great. Looks like we are all set. We'll go ahead and, Angela, if you don't mind starting over so that they can hear, that would be great.
That'd be great.
So once again, good afternoon, council members. For the record, Angela Foos, Assistant CD Director. The request before you today is a zone change, and we're bringing up the slides. One moment. And this is C1. Great. Okay, so this is a project for a zone change. There's no project involved at this point, just to change the zoning. The parcel itself is just south of Reno High School on the corner of Hunter and Foster Drive. It is slightly under 4 acres. It has an existing zoning of MF14, which is a multifamily designation, and they are requesting to go to a public facility designation. Within our master plan, we have 2 categories that conform to the existing master plan. That designation is public, quasi-public. And so those 2 zoning categories are either public facility or planned unit development. From a mapping perspective, here you can see the property to the north, which is the high school, is also zoned public facility. And again, the request is to go from multifamily 14 to public facility. Now, as part of the analysis, I did want to highlight some of the things that we looked at. When we do an analysis on a zone change, we try not to look at a specific project, but this one has an existing use, so that was part of what we looked at too. When we look at, does it conform to the master plan? Again, there are 2 zonings that would conform to the public, quasi-public designation. So to go to MF14, which they are now, that does not currently conform. So this would be a non-conforming zoning and master plan. What they're doing does conform with the master plan. In terms of future uses, so anytime we're going to change the zoning, we try not to look at one use, but the whole slew of uses. Typically within a multifamily zoning, you would expect to see multifamily or apartments. There's also a number of other uses, so we can't look at just multifamily as the only use. When we looked at what types of uses are allowed in public facility, it's a much broader use. You can do schools, you can do libraries, you can do religious institutions. That is an allowed use by right within the public facility zoning. So we tried to contemplate what types of uses, what the impacts would be if the use was ever changed. One thing that we did identify as part of the analysis was that because the public facility is a non-residential zoning, and it's surrounded on two sides by residentially zoned property, any future development would require a site plan review. So at the time that a project came forward, again, if it was not the church, if it was a different use in the future, we would go through a site plan review process. So all of those impacts would be analyzed at that time. We also have two findings related to zoning map amendments, and is it in conformance with the master plan, and is it in conformance with state law? It complies, again, with our master plan. It conforms to the goals and policies of the master plan, and the existing use is a church. So I pulled out a section from our master plan there on the right, and as you can see, characteristics of the public, quasi-public designation. Ownership can be a public, such as a school use. It can be quasi-public, or it can be private. In terms of what types of facilities, we're looking at things that either serve a neighborhood, again, such as a church, or a larger area. Maybe you're looking at a school or a library. In terms of specifically what types of uses would be allowed, in that category up there, we have airports, we have cultural centers, we have religious institutions, government centers. So there's a wide number of uses that would be allowed. Because the parcel is just slightly less than 4 acres, you're probably not going to get a school on this site. You're probably not going to get a large public facility on this site. So again, we felt that it did meet the conformance review, and we did recommend to staff approval of this. Planning Commission also recommended approval. That was a unanimous decision to recommend approval. We had one person speak out in favor of the request, and we had no public comments against the request. Mr. Carr here is available to also answer any questions. He is the applicant's representative and the architect associated with this site. Thank you.
Great job. Let's go to questions, or let's go to Ms. Breckus.
Yes, so the master plan designation of public facility on a church is unusual to my understanding of the mapping of the city. Did you analyze how it ended up being you have a church with that master plan public facility?
So it looks like based on when our master plan was updated, the previous use, or previous land use designation was mixed residential. When we updated our zoning, our master plan as part of the Reimagine Reno master plan, it got changed to public facility. And I think that was probably because it was a church use. And based on our new master plan list of uses that would fit within that, a church was conforming and an appropriate use within that public, quasi-public designation.
I would like to go a little deeper on that, because if it was mixed res before and it had an MF14 zoning and it was a church, you know, I just don't understand why the jump was over to public facility. It seems very mishmashy, and somehow was that an automated sort of transition, or was there some decision at some point? Because you know, for me, the sensible approach would have been, and I want to bring this up to the council, is, and what I'm interested in, I'll have questions for the applicant, is, well, we're going to let all these nonconformities do zoning change amendments for free. Well, why aren't we also contemplating master plan amendments? Because there's two ways to get conformity, not necessarily changing the zoning, but sometimes changing the master plan. And if the previous master plan was public facility, which you stated it was not, it was mixed res, to me, then we had a nonconformity before, and our new master plan, we had a conformity. But it seems like we have a nonconformity that we're trying to rectify, and someone made the decision somewhere to put a church into public facility. I'm a little troubled by that, and I'm also very concerned. I want to understand this property has development potential. And if we put it under public facility, while you say it goes to a site plan review, our public facility zoning district doesn't distinguish between, I'll just throw out a care facility for retired church pastors versus the transfer station for waste management, correct?
If it's a non-residential use, such as a transfer station, that would trigger a site plan review. If it's
Yes.
a residential use, that would not trigger a site plan review.
That wasn't my question. My question, because I understood the process of the administrative site plan review, my question was, the public facility could be uses as consistent with the church operations, like a 6-unit apartment complex for retired priests, pastors associated with the church, or the public facility would be a conforming district for a use like a waste management transfer station.
And great point. Those are all the things we look at when a specific project comes in for review. From a zoning perspective, we look at the list of uses that could go there and the list of uses that could go in under the MF14 zoning, and we compared those and looked at impacts. And that's impacts to neighbors, it's impacts to schools, impacts to traffic. And we felt that the public facility zoning, again, because it matched the master plan of public quasi, was a conforming use.
So I really, okay. Yes, I'll have another round when we go around, because I do have additional questions for staff. Thank you.
Anyone on the phone like to speak? And then I'll go to you first.
Yes.
Okay. We know that you're on the phone, and who is this?
This is Councilmember Dewar.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to hear from questions from Councilman Reese right now, and then we'll come to you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Councilman
thank
Reese.
you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ms. Foose, I guess I'm sort of a little lost in the minutia. So the staff report is excellent. It kind of outlined the history, how we got to here, what we're doing moving forward. So I thank you for the work that your team is putting into these staff reports, because it just looks like you've gone above and beyond for me. And so I appreciate that. I want to understand, when we initiate this change, what is it that we seek as the outcome? What is it that you believe is the goal of the decision what we make today?
The goal is to make sure that the zoning conforms to the master plan. That is it. We're not requesting a project. We're not requesting any changes to the existing use.
Okay, so you've simplified it in a way that's what I was trying to understand and make sure that I was on the same page with, because I suppose it's curious to me why anyone seeks to bring something into conformance on their own. I mean, if we initiate it, it makes a little more sense to me. If the applicant initiates it, it to me is a signal of a precursor of a thing to come, right? And so for my point and my purposes today, I appreciate the way that you've identified, because I think that's how the Planning Commission identified and dealt with it as well. That's why it was ultimately unanimous, because the question was, did it fit into the conformities of the new master plan? Yes or no? There was not a lot of discussion about what could it be, who would build there, would they build a transfer station on it, that sort of thing. And so for me, I separated out in those ways, just like the Planning Commission did. And so I want to make sure I had not missed something. I suppose there's a cost to bring it into conformance.
At this point, we do not charge. If you have an existing site that is non-conforming, we process that for free. Now, the church has to pay their representative to prepare an application and submit it, but the city does not charge a fee.
Okay, so I was, I guess that's something I suppose I would think we might change, only because you've spent considerable amount of staff time preparing it for this process, and it's a curious thing to me. Okay, that's the questions I have for this round.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Reese hit it on pretty much exactly the point I was going to ask my question about, which was basically, why is this coming forward? There's plenty of churches, in fact, one right 2 blocks from my house, that is on a non-conforming parcel. They're on a SF3 and they're a church. So I don't understand what would provoke them to go through this time and effort to make this change. And last, to Councilmember Reese's point, there is a further step that's contemplated. So if you know about that further step, can you tell us what that is?
We have had discussions with the church. They would like to expand their building. As part of that, we said, did you realize that your zoning is non-conformance with your master plan? We have a process where it's free. If you would like to clean this up. Again, citywide, we have about, I think, 6,000 parcels where the zoning doesn't match the master plan. So if somebody wants to initiate it, we are in support of that. And so this is, again, that first step. They'll come in with whatever process is next for them, depending on how much they want to expand it. And again, it may trigger a conditional use permit, it may trigger site plan review, it may trigger a variance. It may trigger nothing. So until they come in with their project, this is what we are looking at and what we're reviewing today.
This is incredibly helpful because this answers the specific question of why any one of the 6,000 parcels that are non-conforming would go through the time and effort to come in, file an application, wait, go before the planning commission, come before us just to get the paperwork correct. But if they actually contemplate expanding their church, that makes sense to me. And I can understand where we're going now. So I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else on the phone or here that have questions? Okay, then we'll come back to Councilwoman Breckus. Hearing none.
Yeah, so much like the Lake Ridge discussion, where we had to look at all the uses and the represented use, I think that with the public facility, it is the broadest of all zoning districts and those that have the most range. And I think that we need to not get caught again, like the Lake Ridge project. And I, back in October, when we were going through the master plan conformity thinking, talked to the manager, represented some different approaches. But the approach we've done is one like here today that probably has this church caught in the middle, is come in and we'll change the zoning. Well, the existing zoning, correct me if I'm wrong, is an SF of some sort, or MF14. And churches allowed in the MF14, correct?
With a conditional use permit.
With a conditional use permit, okay. Does it have a conditional use permit on this property from way back when?
I don't believe it does. I believe it's been there since the 1950s, so that
Okay.
it was probably an approved use at some point when it first came in.
Well, the code says that if you don't have a conditional use purpose on record, you are deemed to have one. And then also, I think it allows modifications beyond that conditional use of, say, 10% or so. So I don't know. I am struggling, and I'd like to hear what the applicant, but I think I just want to clarify, the purpose was asked of what's the goal here today, and it's zoning conformity, master plan conformity. I think the goal here today is to make sure we have the best zoning on the property, and it's a little different. Those are two different goals in two different directions. So I'll just thank you for answering those questions, and I'll wait to hear from Mr. Karn about what the church, how this came about, where the church feels they're going.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll move to Mr. Karn is going to give his.
Good afternoon, Councilman. Mr. Thornley. Hopefully we'll get to meet you someday. Please know you have our best wishes and high hopes for success, and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'm not sure what I can add to the conversation. This is a conversation, and all cards on the table. This church, I think, is 1958. there might have been an early addition in the 60s or something like that, but essentially this building has stood as it stands right now. It is a pillar in that part of the community and does a wonderful job reaching out to people. There were the benefactors of a gift from someone in the church, and decided how can we expand and do a better job of what we're doing. And so the initial conversation had to do with expanding the church as it sits to do more church things, since we're talking about uses. This is not an attempt to modify or divert from their basic function of being a church. In working with the staff, the scenario was, well, you have a non-conforming building in an existing zone, and you have a non-conforming zone in an existing master plan. We can wade through that and take a bunch of steps, but in the end, we'll still have a non-conforming use in a non-conforming zone. What if we adjust the zoning to match the master plan and all the procedural steps go away? And we're now in conformance with the master plan. We don't have two non-conforming scenarios for this piece of property. And so the long story short, several heads together said, you know, this makes a whole lot more sense, and we end up with something better as far as the city is concerned, to just do the zone change as part of what we're doing here, and deal with the situation when we're all said and done, that this is what we wanted in the end anyhow. So
Thank you, Mr. Karn. Thank you.
I don't know if that.
Okay, then we'll go back. Any other questions of staff?
I'm going to ask a question of staff.
Well, you've had your three, your two, and we're not going back through it. So I'd like to ask one question, since I didn't. Well, I won't. I don't need to. I think our staff has done a great job, and I want to say that on the record. And let's go to, is there a motion?
Well, Madam
yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. I understand what Councilwoman Rebecca is saying, and she's referenced the Lakeside or Lake Ridge project. And, you know, they too represented the best of intents and the intent to keep what they had and not change it. But then it did change, ultimately. And, you know, sometimes there's scenarios where, you know, that's very compelling. You know, somebody comes along and makes an offer or suggests a different direction. So I guess my question is really to staff. You made a decision to group churches with public facility, which they seem quite different to me. And you said that churches were in MF14 before. Was their home, or they were allowed within, I guess, a variety of residential settings? Is that correct?
Churches
Or
in
easier?
churches in the existing MF14 require a conditional use permit. So if a new church was to go in the MF14 zoning, they'd have to go through a conditional use permit process.
But would this church, in order to do an expansion, have to go through a conditional use permit
They would not.
if they change the zoning?
Correct. And they're
They wouldn't. Okay. Go ahead.
So they are an existing use. They can remain as is, depending on how much they expand. I think they can expand by up to 20%. If they go beyond 20% expansion, then they trigger a site plan review process.
Okay. And then finally, you know, one way to deal with this issue is to bring these changes with the projects, as you've done several times over the last few months. Another way to deal with them is to bring in a SPD, which says, you know, I'm a church and I want to expand and I want to do this and I want to do that. So I think that the council is possibly a little gun shy because these use categories are so broad and we can't condition zoning. And so we don't know what we're getting. And we want to take everyone at their word, of course. And it seems very prudent. You know, it sounds like they have an opportunity to expand. So I guess what I'm wanting to do is have some safety and security for the council and understanding the why, and then some assurance for the church and going forward. And I just don't, I mean, would they have been allowed to move forward in a different format, I guess, away?
They could have gone, if they kept the MF14 zoning, they could have gone through a conditional use permit process.
Okay. And this way, they will just come in for a site plan review, which is just done by staff, whereas conditional use would be done by who, the planning commission?
If they get the PF zoning and they come in with a permit that's less than 20% expansion, then they go straight to a building permit. There's no site plan review.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman
All right, thank you.
Dewar. Appreciate it. I did not ask, let's ask this. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
We have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we've already had discussion. Let's move to, or let's have someone make a motion and we'll go from there. Councilwoman Breckus, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, in lieu of having more time to ask more questions, I am going to, apologize to the church because, stalwarts, and I've always tried to support churches, particularly in the downtown area, but all of them, they add so much character to our neighborhoods, and there's a reason why they're in neighborhood settings. But I believe that staff's the gatekeeper, and so, if they were directed in this way, I think for me and my comfort level to this vicinity, it's the wrong direction to go. It's taking it to a zoning district that is way too broad, that any public use can come in, particularly a public use that is in a setting around a lot of residential and a school. So you could have uses that are inconsistent with that residential setting and that school setting that are public facility. And I mentioned, the proverbial one that I mentioned.
Councilwoman Breckus, is there a motion?
It is. And the one that I mentioned is waste transfer station, but it could also be, something that you would not want kids around. And that's only if the church decides, we're going to move somewhere else or sell the building, which happens. We just talked about the Lear Theater. That was a church a long time ago. I don't know what it's going to take to have things come up through staff with the specific plan district. That's where I asked Lake Ridge should have
Councilwoman
gone.
Breckus, are you going to ask?
Yeah,
make
but
a
I'm not going to
motion?
be interrupted anymore. So the Lake
Yes,
Ridge,
you will be because you need to make a motion. Please.
when my time expires, then I will conclude my comments. So the Lake Ridge one, it wasn't in the code, the specific plan district, but I offered that up and got pushback. The Lakeside
Just a
one.
moment. I don't think you have 3 minutes to make a motion. Can I ask the manager if that's correct?
The making of the motion isn't on a timeline. I believe what Ms. Breckus is doing is making a record to support the motion she's about to make. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, my point is, I don't know why the consultants who we spent a lot of money said, use this specific plan district, bring it back into the code. And here we have the third time, and now it's in Ward 1, where we're not coming forward with, to me, what is the best zoning for the area, which is a specific plan district that would be process in condition and not much more involved than the conditional use permit that they'll go through. So I do apologize, and with that, I'll make a motion to, I will make a motion to deny, but I'd like to ask the attorneys if I could make a motion to a specific plan district. Or does that have to go back through the planning commission, a different application? Okay, thank you.
Did you answer the question? Could you do it?
He did it through hand motions.
Yeah. Move it to a specific planning district, it'd have to go back to the planning commission.
Thank you. Mr. Carm, we're in the middle of a motion. Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
For purposes of discussion, we'll second the motion, Dewar.
Thank you. Go
And
ahead.
I'm just going to add why. I think an SPD is a very good approach, and that's why I'm seconding the motion.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Was that a nay? Councilwoman Dewar?
No, I said aye.
Okay, thank you. I think the motion fails. We had 2 no votes and 4 in favor. So the motion carries. It does not carry. It fails. I'm sorry.
I only heard the aye vote, so I'm a nay as to the motion.
Okay, I assumed that because I thought I asked that. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's okay. I'm just saying that if you call for the vote again and the nays, I will vote then.
Okay, let's do it again, then is what you're saying? Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
See, I can always, okay.
Aye.
Okay, there's 2 ayes, and all those not in favor.
Nay.
Nays.
Nay.
I'm sorry, I made it so confusing. Okay, so the motion fails. Is there a new motion?
I'll move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And there's 2 nays. The motion carries.
Let's do roll call votes when we have 2 people online.
That might be a good idea. We can do that. Thank you, because it's hard to hear that. Okay, so the motion carried, and thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Karn.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we'll move on.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we're on item D1, which is the TRFMA voting structure changes.
Okay, trying to get there. Mr. Flansburgh's there. Flansburgh's there. Hold on, just a second. Okay, go ahead. Staff report, Mr. Flansburgh.
All right. For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The Truckee River Flood Management Authority voted on a change to their voting structure. This has been a long-term, basically from the beginning of the establishment of the Truckee River Flood Management Authority, they have had unanimous consent. That means every vote they take in the affirmative has to have the approval of all 6 directors. That has become unwieldy on a few different items. It has come back before the bodies previously to look at a change, and the change that they are recommending and did pass through their unanimous consent and has also been approved by Sparks in Washoe County is change the voting for, on most items, it's a majority. On certain items, it would be a majority with the caveat that there has to be at least 1 vote from each member agency. So as you're aware, there are 2 directors per agency for Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And that is the change for you today. Things, for instance, that would need the vote of the majority plus 1 of each agency are things like setting capital improvement programs, entering to financial agreements, or charging of fees. And so we thought that was an important item. So staff is recommending that this be approved today to go from the unanimous consent to majority of the voting directors with the specifics outlined.
Thank you so much. Do we have a?
Madam Mayor.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, we'll go ahead and go with you, Councilmember Dewar.
Okay. I think that was the staff report, and I did want to confirm what Mr. Flansburgh said. There was a unanimous vote to go in this direction. We did modify it so that a couple of items, and that would include changing the overall flood plan and enacting fees, which the flood authority has the authority to do, would require 1 member from each jurisdiction. The reason we did that was the plan is sort of the ultimate guidance document. That's what we are going to build. And the concern was that if there was a desire to change the plan, let's say on two of the jurisdictions, I'll use an example, Washoe County and Sparks, but Reno did not support that. No one from Reno supported that. The plan could still be changed unless we put in this caveat. It might be changed to take out a bridge that we wanted to build in the flood project, or it might be changed to, not allow recreation, let's say, on the Mill and McCarran property or something. So we wanted to make sure that if the plan itself is being changed, we at least have somebody from each jurisdiction thinking that is a good idea. The fee issue, so that was mine. The fee issue was someone else's. I believe, I don't recall right now. So anyway, I'm very much in support of this. There's been unanimous voting for 20 years. In fact, maybe we're at 21 years. And so this is a kind of milestone if we do change this. It sounds like Washoe County and Sparks have already voted to agree with it. And I would move forward to make the motion to change the agreement per the agenda.
Thank you. We'll hold that motion for one moment until we find out if we have public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Sorry, Madam Vice Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
So there's a motion and a second to pass the, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thanks so much. That's well needed. So, Madam Mayor, do you want to move on? Do you want that?
All right, Madam Mayor, welcome back. We're on item D, as in David 3, interim appointment of city clerk.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Yep.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
I can, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Before we move on, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have no public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it over to our city manager, Doug Thornley. Go ahead.
As you're all aware, our former city clerk, Ashley Turney, resigned her position and was reassigned internally to the organization. That leaves us not necessarily clerkless, but in a spot where we do need to make more permanent arrangements. So Ms. Huntsman has been the acting city clerk for the past few weeks. I have every confidence that she will do a wonderful job as the interim city clerk. It is my recommendation that the body make her the interim city clerk until more permanent arrangements can be made.
Okay. All right.
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a second. Discussion?
I have-
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I want to take the opportunity certainly to voice my excitement about the opportunity that's presented to the city. Both Ms. Turney, who is leaving the clerk's position and has left the clerk's position to take on a new position, and Ms. Huntsman are outstanding representatives of our city. Ms. Turney, you will certainly be missed in the clerk's office because it really has been a department that you've been able to transform, really, to grow, to make it be perhaps and I'll go out on a limb and say the best clerk's office in the country. So, but you've done that by empowering folks in the office to also be themselves, the best version of themselves. And that includes Ms. Huntsman. So I'm excited about this appointment. I speak, I think, for everyone in the building to say both thank you to Ms. Turney and welcome to Ms. Huntsman. Our staff are doing an outstanding job, and the clerk's office is often tasked with being that fulcrum, and I believe the continuity will be outstanding between this transfer and the interim appointment. And I'll be looking forward to hopefully removing that interim label when the time comes. So excited for this moment. I also think it's important to thank Mr. Manager. I think when we hired you, Mr. Thornley, we asked you to come into the building and not act like a bull in a china shop and sort of like the go solo approach. Go figure out who everybody is, what floor people live on, how the organization is functioning or not. And then when you are ready to, go and make the changes that you believe are important for this organization. And sometimes that comes at a cost, of course. I think you've been working long hours, and I think it also comes with all the benefits of growing an organization that is changing. And so with your leadership, I think you've created this other position for Ms. Turney, and that she's been occupying the last couple of weeks. And you've also set a path for the clerk's office to, I think, continue being successful. And so it's a team effort, right? It's your leadership at the top. It's Ms. Turney and Ms. Huntsman who are taking that guidance and direction and going in a positive one. And so I thank all of you for the role that you play in it. And thanks for allowing me the opportunity to say a few things.
Yeah, great comments. And by the way, what I do, Mr. City Manager, I think it actually sends a really good message that we value internally and help, lift people up, because I think that if they don't have some other opportunity or way to sort of thrive at which where they spend a lot of time, more so than they do at home. Am I right? Spend a lot more time here than you do at home. So, but also to take pride in their work and to know that anyone in the organization can move up. Anyone. I think that's important, and it sends a really clear and strong message throughout the entire, organization. So I want to say thank you, because I think it is very outside the box, and it's and not to mention, Ms. Turney, I think you've done a phenomenal job here, and I think, but after a while, people want more challenges and in different capacities, and it keeps, I think, us innovative and on the forefront of really making this a place where other people want to work, because government tends to be typically people don't want to work for government. So I think you did a really good job. So thank you. Oh, we've got, I didn't see it up there. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm happy to support the motion, and I look forward to, seeing Ms. Huntsman do the work, and know that she's really been, ready to step in, and that's always a good sign when someone's ready to step in and step up. And so my focus, though, and clarification the audience who's watching is in the charter we have checks and balances, and there's unique and distinctive ones, and one of the check and balances that the clerk reports to the city council. We don't we appoint them, then they serve at our pleasure. And so the reassignment of a clerk is really not, if it's done by the manager, the council doesn't reassign a clerk, because, nor does the manager, because they're under two different changes. So I did take a little exception to that word of reassignment, because I'm not an attorney, but I am a Latin major, and means to do again, and we did once, and you're doing now with that other position, as is your authority. So, but the more important issue to me is a future item to understand how long we want to keep her in interim and the steps forward, because I think that sometimes people get left hanging, forgotten, taken advantage of when they're in interim situations. And this body, with only 2 employees, needs to come of a singular mind of how much we want to test drive her and how we want to proceed forward. And I think it's fairest to her as an interim status to have us opine on how long we're going to keep this test drive going. So unlike the charter that says we have to hire a city manager in 6 months, which I think is a problematic provision, especially if we had someone we wanted to test drive for 6 months, I think we felt that. But my understanding, and someone can correct me if they're wrong, is in the charter, the clerk, we're not under any clock. But I think we should give an expression of what our mindset is to test drive her. So I would ask, or I will ask, and I think it's consistent in the motion, maybe we could even say within 4 months' time or 6 months' time, council will have an item in front of them to discuss about the process they want to go forward to appoint the non-interim clerk. So that's where, that's how I view this item. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you. Good comments. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I don't want to monopolize the time because I'm sure people have other opinions, but for my part, and because my colleague from Ward 1, Ms. Breckus, asked about timing, look, as an organization, we have some need to be more nimble at times than we have been historically. And I'm a lawyer by profession, so for those who are at home drinking along, they can do that now. But the charter, I don't think it makes an expression as to this particular position. And for my part, I would not have named it interim. I would have just named Ms. Huntsman as the clerk. And so I don't need a test drive. I've sat in this seat for the last 3 years, and Ms. Huntsman has been at times here running the show, and certainly have interacted with her upstairs and on boards and commissions. So the interim is not as important to me as the person sitting in the seat. And so I would not need any time. So I'm happy to make the motion and have it returned to us at our next scheduled meeting, as long as we can make the noticing requirements to simply move forward as a direct hire. And that would be my preference.
All right, thank you. Any?
Well, let me be clear. I mean, Councilmember Dewar here, I think I made a motion already, and there's already been a second. Just being clear.
Okay, will you restate that motion, please?
Yeah, my motion was to appoint Mickey Huntsman as the interim city clerk.
Yes, so I have
And
a
that's what I'm
motion.
comfortable with.
So I had a motion from you and a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, second?
Yeah.
And then we went into discussion.
Yeah, and if
So
I could
we-
have another turn on
Yeah.
discussion.
Okay.
Sorry, it was a motion by Councilmember Dorr, seconded by Councilmember Weber.
Oh, got it. You were second. Okay. So I had a motion and a second, then we were on discussion, so go ahead.
And if that's the motion,
That's-
that will be the motion. And if I did not
Yeah.
want to do that, I can
Yeah, you're good. Okay.
If
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. This is,
Madam Mayor.
so we have a motion from Councilmember Dewar. We have a second from Councilmember Weber, who is now inquiring as to whether or not, if she wanted to do something else after as a result of the discussion that was just held. Yes, of course, you can.
Oh, I
withdraw
didn't
your
hear that.
second. Councilmember Breckus
Okay.
started her comments by saying that she could support the motion, but she had other concerns. And then we had follow-up discussion from Councilmember Reese, where he expressed yet another preference. And now we are back to more comments from Councilmember Dewar. Is that
So I'm
everybody
going to
else's
stick with the
understanding?
first.
So I
motion.
will just,
Councilwoman Dewar. I'm going to go with your
I
first motion.
would like to, I'm sorry.
You can't do it.
I'm sorry. Is it my turn or?
Madam Mayor, point of order. My point was to ask the original motion maker to amend their motion for a date certain, right? Councilmember Breckus raises the excellent point that it is not good to leave someone out there just twisting in the wind, not knowing when they will be potentially named to the final seat. So I was just taking it one step forward, saying, look, my preference would have been to today just say, Ms. Huntsman's in. She's in like Flynn, right? But I amended, what I asked the motion maker, Councilmember Dewar, to do was simply amend her motion to say that at the next available scheduled meeting that could be properly noticed, that we'd remove the interim tag. And I'm using an inartful word, but my point is, let us have some time frame that is very narrow and small and short in which to make the decision to either, I suppose, open the job up for some posting or not. But my point is, I'm prepared to have Ms. Huntsman join us today as the clerk of the city, not interim.
Okay.
Did I respond?
Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. I totally hear my colleagues, and I really embrace their support of Ms. Huntsman. I am extremely impressed with her skills as well. But I'm also aware that we have a process, and I really am not prepared to jump the process today in terms of making an appointment at our next meeting. And I think it's for the benefit of Ms. Huntsman. And it's also for the benefit of, it gives our manager the opportunity to give us some recommendations. So in the past, we have opened it up and we've allowed people to apply, and I assume Ms. Huntsman would do that. And what that does is it allows people to show their interest. It also allows them to go through an interview process, which for many people is very affirming. They get to prove themselves. And it also gives them the opportunity to negotiate their salary, whoever's selected. And so that is a process that I would prefer. I mean, I'm open to hearing from the rest of the council. And maybe after some thought, our mayor or manager would recommend that we just move forward with Ms. Huntsman. But that I'm prepared to stick with my motion and then see where we go based on the manager's recommendations.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
I'm in between my two colleagues. I really am. And I'm not really sure that the manager should be the one because we've got checks and balances. And I think there's 7 of us to have perspectives and recommendations, and those should be brought to the table. I think that when we're prepared to make the decision, I think it is entirely legitimate and even likely, in my view, that we just decide we've got an interim who has proven themselves and we're going to go. I think for the benefit, though, of Ms. Huntsman, like Ms. Stewart seemed to want to take into consideration, we should give her a couple weeks to test drive and see if she does indeed want this job. So I would say on the October 13th meeting, because I think that's a good enough, no, not October. Well, maybe, no. What's our last meeting in September? September 22nd meeting. And so I am asking the motion maker to amend her motion. The September 22nd meeting, the council entertained the decision to appoint Ms. Huntsman as the clerk and/or another process of hiring as outlined by the council. I think that is a fair, timing directive. We should ask her if she's okay with that. But anyway, that's
good. This is Councilmember Dewey. That sounds good. I just want to give some time and some thought for the whole council, and I'm sorry if I mixed it up with the manager. It was not my intent. I just wanted us to have a proper time to discuss this process, which I don't think we are agendized to do here today. So I think that's a good plan. I would amend my motion to say we will rediscuss this and reconsider at the September 22nd meeting.
Councilman Reese.
Councilmember Dewar, I just want to make sure that I can vote yay on your motion if able to do so. And so my clarifying question is, I, Devin Reese, as the council member at large, do not believe that we need to fly a job announcement, invite others to apply. That's not the route I want to go down because I think we have the right person. And I don't want to give other people who might apply the false sense that it's going to be this great open process and that they have a chance, because wasting people's time is not fair. So you're just saying as part of your motion that this item will come back in September and we will either decide at that time whether or not we're going to remove the interim tag, and if not, then we would have some other discussion about what our other options were.
Correct.
Okay. I can support that.
I think the seconder has to agree to the amendment.
Yeah, so you have to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sitting here because I would like to do something sooner than that. And so as I look at this, I can't support it going all the way through till September. I think it needs to be at our earliest convenience at the manager to put it on the agenda. I mean, why would we waste everyone's time? And it's the council members that we're talking
Okay, so
about.
you withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. All
Somebody
right.
else can second it.
So, wow.
Well, my second on the motion.
Wow. Okay, so why don't I throw out a motion? Why don't we just move forward to appoint Mickey Huntsman as our new city clerk? And the reason being is we've had a lot of test drives with Mickey. Can we do that?
Second.
Can't do that?
We can't do that today. We're not agendized to do that today.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you said go ahead to me because this is Councilwoman Jordan.
We're all going to try.
Yeah, I know. Well, I just have a couple of questions, and I'm not meaning to put Ms. Huntsman on the spot, but I feel like we're not talking to the person we're talking about. And I guess I would just like to ask her if she wants the job and does she need time to think about it.
Was that
Mickey.
on, that's on the, we're discussing this now?
We're discussing this.
Well, I mean, I think today the question is for interim appointment, which I'm glad to accept. And then I think we can have further discussions. I can have discussions with each of you independently about a permanent appointment.
That was helpful. Thank you.
I might. It sounds like.
So I'm going to
You're mute.
restate
Doug,
my
you're not
motion.
It sounds like there's some consensus around appointing Ms. Huntsman as the interim city clerk, and we will have further discussions and come back with the matter of whether or not to remove that tag or follow a different process to find another candidate at a future meeting.
And that was my motion. You started.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, good job. Thanks, Mickey.
Thank you, everyone.
She's
We're
like,
on item.
awkward.
Hello. We're on item E1, which is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of a sale by the city of Reno.
All right.
I'll go ahead and take it away. Ordinance introduction on E1, Bill number 7178, ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale by the city of Reno of its 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2, Stonegate 1 Local Improvement Bonds, Series 2021, approving the form of certain documents with respect to such bonds, ratifying actions taken by city officers toward the issuance of such bonds, and providing other matters related thereto.
This isn't the right.
Move to refer.
Would like a staff report, please.
I have a motion and a second, and then we'll go to staff report and discussion.
No, well, you know what? When we make a motion that quick without the ability of questioning of the staff report, then we're in discussion and deliberation is denied to members.
Okay, go
Not
ahead.
consistent with our process.
All right, but here's the thing. Maybe sometimes you guys all want a presentation, sometimes you don't. And I would just say this, you're also allowed to call the question if you want to. So go ahead.
Presentation.
So, yeah, because I mean, we're talking about efficient meetings and kind of, you know, getting them streamlined. So I would also just throw that out there.
But the call the question is only over by a vote.
Right.
To call the question.
That's what I'm saying. So let's say you don't want to, let's say you don't want a presentation, everyone else does.
So I'd
They
be
have to
happy
vote
to
on it.
give you a
Yes.
quick staff report if you would like.
Go right ahead.
So Deborah Lochner, Finance Director for the record. What you have in front of you today is the first reading of an ordinance that sets the process for us to issue the 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2 bonds, which is for the Stonegate development. And this ordinance authorizes the finance director to hire the necessary consultants that we need to put in place a successful bond sale. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
So I am really confused because the adoption one before is District Number 2. Is this one ordinance, when it gets to adoption, going to be District Number 3?
No, so the city of Reno numbers their special assessment districts.
Okay.
This was the second one that came through the door in 2021 and got a number. That's why it's SAD number 2, but the project is Stonegate 1.
It is Stonegate. Oh, Stonegate 1 is what adopting. But this one is it for a special another special assessment district, which will be maybe
No,
2022 assessment district number 1?
This is just the third ordinance in the process. We've formed the district. We have done the assessments, which you will be considering your second reading after this item. And then we've, so we've created the district. We have created the assessments. This allows us to issue the bond to then get that repaid by those assessments that we've already put in place.
Oh, okay. So this one is to get the bonds out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about disclosure about these bonds.
Yes.
Have you gone to a call with the rating agencies yet?
No, the rating agency call is scheduled for mid-August.
Okay. So we don't know how these will be rated.
No.
Do we have any ideas how they'll be rated?
Special assessment districts don't typically rate very high just because it's a very small land area, similar to redevelopment areas. They don't necessarily rate real high in the bonds because it's a limited area. So I really don't know how they're going to get rated. We will be preparing all the information and going through the process. and getting the best rating we can based on the circumstances around the development.
So because of the private nature of this, the relationship to the development, which you're saying is akin to redevelopment, is it's likely to rate lower than, say, the bond that we're doing for a special assessment district out in the street area where it's backed by our,
No, they should be rated similarly.
they do get rated. Okay, so there's not,
All special assessment districts get kind of rated lower because they are on a specific area. They're not very diverse.
okay, okay. So this will be looked at by the bond markets the same as ones where we have a taxation hierarchy, Okay, okay. And then, but they're tax exempt, obviously, and that's why they're here asking for our money instead of at the banks.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other question about this special assessment district and disclosures is it going to be disclosed that the council entered into that agreement? And I asked that agreement to go up, which was the, agreement that the council entered into that will have them pay us money, do some park work out in Ward 4.
So that specific agreement is not specifically disclosed, but in the bond documents, we do have a pro forma of the entire development of all phases, with the exception of one that's not included in what we formed as a district. So in the pro forma, the expenses for that are included. But
Okay.
it's not specifically called out.
The expenses is not called as an inducement as the whereases of that say. Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for council for letting me ask questions about this special assessment district.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments?
Well, Madam Mayor, I wanted to make sure that I got on the record my comments as they relate to our procedure. Certainly, as the at-large member, at times, I'm sort of the procedural or parliamentarian of the body. It's just the nature of the role. So I never want to cut off my colleagues from discussion about an important topic of any kind, either before the presentation or after. But of course, our rules contemplate that sometimes presentations are not necessary. And so if I'm quick to motion, it's not because I don't want to hear what my good colleague from Ward 1 wants to say, but simply because I think that it is, especially when you're talking about an ordinance introduction on an item which we have already had, I don't know, like 17,000 meetings about, every question that I think could possibly be asked about bonds, bond ratings, bond capacity, who said what to whom, has been discussed, that I make the assumption that we have already gotten past that. At times, I think the development community watches our meetings and thinks somehow it's dysfunction, when I don't think that's true. I think we have a great deal of good questions. We work hard to get to good outcomes. But the dysfunction comments that I get when I'm in the community come because they don't understand why once a project's been approved in some capacity and years later it's still going through some element of it. It might be a tentative map application. It might be a change to a handbook. It might be some small change about zoning or maps or otherwise. But council members who have been on the losing side of those votes take that as an opportunity to like relitigate a thing again. And that is very hard on me because I feel like as a council, our job, once we've gotten through the hard part of making really tough calls. I wasn't on this body when Stonegate was approved originally, but having had it approved, I think as one of my jobs is to make the project better as it goes through various iterations and also not to stand in its way. So I don't want to kill a project or make it die 1,000 paper cuts because I didn't vote that way originally. I was not here to have voted on it. So it's just something that I think I have wanted to say to our community, especially our builder developer community, that they understand that this body is working hard to ensure that we are bringing the best projects forward. Sometimes the bad projects don't even make it to us, right? They're killed off in architectural, or they can't get financing, or they get pushed around through various stages of NABs and planning commissions. But what I don't want to have happen is that we continue to add cost and time to the developments that we have already approved, because the ultimate people who are hurting by that increased cost are the end user, the buyer. And so as we take people through a multi-year process to get them to a point, and then we continue to have these conversations, that's where I can get a little frustrated. I don't want to take it out on my colleagues, but I also want to make sure that as the person who believes very much in these rules of our city council, that there are options to just sort of jump right in. And oftentimes we get to points where we're talking about appointments or even second and third readings, not third readings, second readings, where we have had the work. And so we motion quickly through them. It's not because I don't appreciate my colleagues' comments or think that it's less important than other things. It's just that, we sometimes have 12 and 14-hour meetings, and if we can get through some of the easy things or the things that I think are things we've already discussed at length, I am quick to motion. And so sometimes you get caught in that, and I don't mean any disrespect by it. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I really appreciate those comments, Councilman Reese. Really, they're perfect. Thank you. Okay. Moving right along. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Good job. Okay. Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item F1,
Okay.
which is an ordinance to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, I'm going to send it now to the ever so famous Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6598, ordinance concerning the City of Reno, Nevada, 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2, Stonegate 1, and assessing the cost of local improvements against the assessable property benefited by the local improvements and providing other matters related thereto.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
None registered.
All right. Go ahead, just really quickly. Do we need a staff presentation? No? Okay.
I have questions for
Okay,
staff.
go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, and just to let people know, in between introduction and adoption, I had a Ward 1 constituent take time to ask me questions about this item. So I'm not delaying, I'm not making up fallacious arguments, I'm not
Okay.
making all of you have to sit through my inquiry on a vote that you're affirmative for and have already, I've demonstrated through the steps going forward, I'm not to cause any embarrassment or displeasure to people. I'm really asking material questions that people are asking me to ask. So I went through the materials in front of us today, and the discrete items that are being bonded through this issuance, where they're not in the attachment today, are they incorporated by reference then?
They are, yes, so we have the final assessment roll, the engineer's report, the actual assessment ordinance includes those as attachments. I'm sorry if I did not include them. In addition, the discrete components are outlined in the DFA, which is recorded.
Okay, so they're tied to
After
this.
today, we will be recording, because under NRS, we are required to record the final assessment roll. So if council adopts that ordinance today, then we will be recording the assessment ordinance with the associated assessments.
So say there's 10 items of discrete items for this bonding. And say 4 of those are, one is the roundabout over here, and another one is the pump station over here. Are they at a point with their engineering where that is all solidified, that the roundabout will be right here and the pump station will be right here? And how much movability, if they're still engineering things away, do they have to deter from those design components that we're paying financing?
So you're talking about location changes, or are you talking about changing the actual discrete component?
The discrete components, how dialed in are they? Are they placed in land? Are they placed in, say, capacity or volume?
So each discrete component is described in detail in the DFA. The
Okay.
Development and Financing Agreement. And
Okay.
that agreement also outlines how the developer gets reimbursed for building such components. That is the discretion of the city. It's on my desk that when they complete a discrete component and it has been properly inspected and accepted or is acceptable by whatever agency is going to own it, then they could apply to us for a reimbursement of the construction costs up to the amount that we have outlined in the DFA that they get paid for that discrete component.
So the discrete component, I mean, from an engineering design regulatory framework, we can say, yes, this is a glass and it meets our public works manual. But over here, if from the non-regulatory, but from the discrete item that was financed by the council, if it's a glass, but it's really a, a bottle,
They can't change the nature of this discrete component.
they can't.
No.
Okay.
And that's all in the engineer's report, and that also informs the assessments.
And they would not be here asking
And
us.
if they, yeah, even
Okay.
if they change the location, that changes the assessments because it changes the properties that are benefited from that particular discrete component. So I really don't see where they would be changing those out at this point in the game.
Yeah, because we're going for adoption, and obviously, if they're ready to adopt, they've got things dialed down. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councilwoman Robert, go right ahead.
I said to move to adopt, and I think we need to say, I move to adopt, right? I move to adopt the ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead,
think I said the
Councilman Weiss.
motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor. I understood that was the motion, and that was why my second. I guess I would be surprised to learn that a Ward 1 resident was asking questions about the intricacies of placements in a offering for a bond issuance that's occurring in Ward 5, but I could be wrong. I guess at the end of the day, it's not really the question in front of us. At its core, I don't agree with Ms. Breckus, your characterization of the city financing the issues either. I mean, we are allowing private enterprise to use the city's bonding capacity to finance their own stuff, and it will be paid for not by us, but by the residents who ultimately come to own in the Stonegate development. So whereas if we were financing it and we were acting as the lender or we were issuing some kind of loan to them, that's how I think of financing. So bond issuance is a very different concept. And so for me, I just would not characterize it that way. If a Ward 1 resident really is interested in this issue, certainly they would email all of us, or maybe they would email the mayor or the at-large member, and they would ask their questions, and then we would go out and work on them probably prior to a meeting, right? And so certainly if you have some additional information to enter into the record, Ms. Breckus, in terms of an email that a client or constituent, rather a constituent, not a client, but a constituent emailed to you, I would like to see it because, of course, I want that to be part of the record too, right? We, all of us, I think, get emails during a meeting that are like essentially public comment as though a person could not have been here. And we try to send those to the clerk so they can be logged in the permanent record. But, and so for my part, again, another example of why I think we can be quick to move on the adoption